I'm pleased to be here at this public hearing to present the 2025-2020. Sorry.
There you go. Good.
We're all good?
Okay.
No?
No?
Yes. It's an honor to be here in front of you to present the town manager's 2025-2026 proposed budget. Obviously, it's my first go around and it's been exciting to get up to speed. I obviously have to thank Janet in particular for all her support, holding my hand through the last 3 or 4 months, but also her deputy Lisa Rydecki, as well as Lauren and Heather from my office, and of course, all the department heads with whom I think I've developed a really good rapport and working relationship to present a budget that I hope is fiscally responsible, fiscally prudent, but also make sure that we're delivering the services that we need to our residents, our businesses. Before I get started, I just want to sort of preface how I approach budgeting a little bit. I think it's easy. A lot of people think of budgeting as just a mathematical exercise of you have to get your expenses to equal your revenues, and it's just moving numbers around on a spreadsheet. I view it maybe a little more philosophically and holistically than that. Ultimately, a budget is a set of public policy priorities of a town. We play with a finite amount of resources, taxpayer dollars, and we have a sacred obligation to spend those responsibly in a way that benefits all town residents and all town businesses. But it's not just a set of public policy priorities, it's also a roadmap for what myself and my staff are going to do over the course of the next 12 months. So I look forward to presenting what I'd like to present to you, and then over the next several meetings, getting feedback from all of you about where you'd like the budget to end up. So as Scott, is my screen being shared? I have to share it. Okay, 1 sec. So moving on, just briefly to touch on the next steps. Obviously today and then on Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, we'll go over all of the departmental requests, as well as on Saturday, the CIP revenues and all this, then sort of non-departmental expense accounts like debt service and insurance and things of that nature. Today, we're going to talk about, in the regular meeting today, we're going to talk about, start with the Board of Ed, talk about general government, talk about public safety, talk about public works, and then finish talking about community development and improvements. At the next meeting, we'll set the tentative budget and set a tentative mill rate so that we can advertise for a hearing on April 8th, at which town council or the mayor present their version of the budget back to you guys, so that we can adopt the mill rate and the budget on April 22nd, pursuant to the timeline in our town charter. So the highlights of the budget. So I'm proposing a $153,333,666 million budget. That represents about a 10% increase over the current year. And at that budget request, you would need a mill rate of 42.17 mils, which is a 2.5 mil increase or 6.3% increase over 2024-2025 over the current year. Now, there are many variables outside of the town's control in this budget that are pushing up our costs. And I'll talk about them quite a bit over the next 30 minutes. We have sort of contractual salary increases in our collective bargaining agreements. We have actuarially determined increases for our annual contributions to our defined benefit pension plans, for example, the police pension plan and some of the frozen administrative plans. We have increases on the health insurance due to recent loss runs, the trends in loss runs, which have gone up over the last 12 months. Higher debt service as a result of Anna Reynolds and some of the closeout of the improvements in this building. And then, as I'll talk about later, changes in the way that motor vehicles are assessed, which has also had a negative impact on us. However, with that said, I think there are some opportunities to reduce, when you guys get into the weeds, to reduce the mill rate below what I'm proposing here. And I think as we go through the discussion tonight and on Saturday, I think you'll start to see some things that maybe council can do that wouldn't have a materially negative impact on plan services, but would keep that mill rate increase kind of in check. So, this is multiple pieces to it. Okay, so this next slide is a pie chart basically showing different components of that $153 million budget request. Obviously, the biggest share and forgive me, I'm colorblind, so if I say one color and you don't understand, I have a good excuse. But I think the orange is the Board of Ed, which represents a good 2/3 or more of our overall budget request. I think the pink, about $45 million represents the town's request. The CIP in the blue is $8 million. The $3.1 million is debt service. The 4.9 is our MDC contribution, and that last tiny little sliver for $8,000 is the employee leave liability fund. And so if you look historically over the last 7 years of the budget increases, obviously what I'm proposing is substantially higher than what council has adopted over the last 6 or 7 years. But as I said, I think with some finessing, we can get that red bar down a couple of percentage points. The next slide shows just by general function the percentage increase in the proposed budget compared to the 2024-2025 revised number. Some categories like general government are going down slightly. Others I think we need to talk about more, going up. As we go down, you'll see there's a couple. I put some asterisks there. Remember, when we did that first budget revision a couple months ago, when we moved around the ARPA money, the net effect of that was to essentially take the ARPA money and put it towards our MDC contributions for this year. So it looks artificially like our MDC contribution is going way up, 172% increase. That's just accounting gimmick. In fact, that amount is actually flat compared to the adopted levels. And ditto with our CIP, it looks like it's going way down. And that was just the flip side of that ARPA allocation. We moved the ARPA money into the CIP, so it looks like it's going way down when actually it's going slightly up. So the key points on the expenditure side is that about 90% of our general government increase, and there's Board of Ed is obviously a bigger component of the budget than the town government side, but on the town side, about 90% of the budget increases are due to things outside our control. About $1 million due to those contractual salary increases I talked about $600,000 increase due to those actually calculated pension plan, defined benefit pension plan contributions, health insurance, as I said, going up as well by a good chunk. Electricity going up by about over $100,000. That's everything from streetlights to just the electricity that powers this building. And then new debt service for annual rentals, but also for the town building, that's going to add about $600,000. We'll go out for a new round of bond financing, I think in the summer, but those first debt service payments will hit in next year. So those are, if you think about it through the prism of like the federal government, those are almost like mandatory expenditures. If you think about it from like discretionary expenditures, the requests are much more modest. I think the biggest thing you see as you sort of comb through the budget is there is $188,000 increase in the firefight, in the fire department budget. A lot of that is just to bring the benefits that the firefighters receive, both for pay-per calls as well as for their annual stipend that they all receive, bringing those up in line with their actual trends. We've been sort of under budgeting those for the last couple of years, and this just brings it up to where the trend has been. I don't think that there's an easy way, for example, to manage those paper calls in a way that would bring those numbers down. I think that we just have to accept that that's the trends are what they are. There's $62,000 to get our license plate reader technology that the police department's been working on for the last few years, finally up online. We've had to sort of move from the original vendor of Vulcan, I guess this is before my time, but there were issues in coordinating between that contractor and Eversource and using Eversource's polls. So the chief is proposing we move to another vendor called Flock that will allow us to get around those challenges we were having with Eversource. And that $62,000 is just the licensing and maintenance contract to get with Flock to get the system up and running. The great thing about Flock is it integrates better with some of the surrounding towns. Block is more common in this area, so there'll be better communication between police departments. So I think with all the money we've put in to LPR, I think it would be a mistake to turn back now because of $62,000. I'm also proposing $43,000 in change for part year funding beginning January 1st for a new planning technician. I think we've all seen it, and Paul and Eric kind of chronically overburdened with, and this is not a criticism of council, but chronically overburdened with all of the planning requests that we've seen. And I think having a new planning tech, at least for 6 months of the year, would take some of the burden off them. And that's really the only new position that I'm proposing. There is some funding proposed at the finance department for a new, basically a replacement deputy finance director to essentially shadow the current deputy who will be leaving next year. But that's not really a new position. It's just a continuing an existing one. Next page, next 2 pages show all of the CIP requests from the town side, as well as this includes both funding that would come both from the via the general fund as well as from state aid. So the numbers won't match exactly what you see in your book, but we'll be talking about this in more detail on Saturday. The bottom line number is, depending on how you calculate it, is anywhere from 9 to about $7.7 million. There could be a couple of things that I think there could be some flexibility in that pot of money for council to identify some savings too. Obviously, it's important that we plan for the future. We don't, kick the can down the road and find ourselves in a hole 4 years from now because we undersaved. But I do think there could be a couple of things that some flexibility that the council could have in playing around with these numbers. On the school side, and we talked about this a month ago, and we met with the Board of Ed. In addition to that baseline $125,000 appropriation to the public school CIP reserve, which sort of happens every year. As you know, the Board of Ed is requesting $1.13 million for that school bus replacement as part of that replacement cycle that they laid out, as well as $300,000 to resurface the Garfield Street school bus parking lot, which would, as you know, reduce the erosion, the undercarriage erosion on the school buses, and therefore extend their useful life. On the revenue side, I'm going to get all these slides up here, all those pie slices up. Obviously, the biggest chunk is that. Is that a red? Is that like a
salmon?
Close. Salmon. That's salmon. Thank you very much. That salmon is obviously, taxes, needless to say. Real estate, personal property, and motor vehicle represent 75 to 80% of our total revenues. The yellow, the 25.7 million, is state aid. We have 5.5, let's say, coming from permits, charges, other sources. And then there's that 3, and then was that $3.3 million. That's their fund balance that we're carrying over into next year. So that's, again, you got to be careful about not carrying over too much fund balance, because that is just kind of a loan from yourself. But that's, I believe, at the same level as the current year. I'd also point out that with the sale of the old National Welding site, there is additional money one time, and that could be something also that the council talks about is, what do we do with that? Is that money that you could, or some of that money could be rolled into next year to also further reduce the mill rate increase. So on the revenue side, the sort of the 4 bullet point or 5 bullet point highlights, I think the biggest one, as I've talked about before, as you know, there was a change last year at the state level in how local assessors calculate motor vehicle assessments, whereas previously assessors used essentially a blue book value based on the National Automobile Dealership Association's blue book value. Starting this year, they're required to use the manufacturer retail sticker price manufacturer suggested retail price MSRP multiplied times a percentage based on the age of the vehicle. The net effect of that change in assessments is that our grand list for motor vehicles fell by about $38 million, which corresponds with a loss of $1.2 million in revenue. As we'll be talking about later in the regular meeting, there was emergency legislation passed last week, signed by the governor, that provides a local option to actually claw back some of that lost money. So there could be a way of, if council adopts the resolution that we'll start talking about tonight, we would regain about $1 million in revenue, and that would, of course, push down the mill rate increase that we'd have to pass on to residents as well. I'm also proposing an increase in the building permit fee. We lag considerably compared to our neighbors in the formula that we use to calculate building permits. Building permits are a fee, so we can't just increase them in order to capture a revenue windfall. They have to be reasonably related to the cost of providing the service. So my fee increase would both bring us in line with some of the other municipalities in our area, and at the same time recovering more of our costs in having a building department and doing building inspections. Included in the revenue highlights, as we talked about a month ago with the Board of Ed, would also be that $2.7 million transfer of the BOE non-lapsing fund. As we'll see on the next slide, overall municipal aid, state municipal aid was up about $500,000 or about 2%. So that helps offset some of our other pressures. And then we have interest income budgeted at $800,000. That's slightly higher than what the proposed budget was, or the adopted budget was for this year, but less than where interest income is trending for the current year. However, there's so much uncertainty, I think, in the economy. I'd be wary of playing around, trying to play games with that interest income line, because who knows what's going to happen with the Fed and inflation over the next 12 months. So this next slide shows the state aid. As you'll see, it's sort of give and take. I think our pilot money, our payment in lieu of taxes, is falling. I think that's related to loss of some personal property tax from Hartford Healthcare. At the same time, our education cost sharing grant is going up. The motor vehicle, the basically reimbursement because of the differential in the mill rate that we get from the state, that's going up. So overall, $500,000 plus in additional money from the state. Cost drivers in the 2025-2026 budget. Let me go back here. So this is sort of how we, just sort of summarizing what I've been talking about. These are the pressures that we're facing that are causing upward pressure on the mill rate, starting with town appropriations going up $2.5 million. Board of Ed going up 5.2, let's say. Notably, the increase in the operating costs for the Board of Ed and the town are the same, 5.93%, I want to say. So what Dr. Brahmet is going to be talking about at the beginning of the regular meeting will show that she has reduced her request by about 0.9% from what you heard a month ago. Debt service, 500 is going up. I'm sorry, I have this thing in my way. Going up 590,000, let's say, and that is because obviously the new debt service for Anna Reynolds, as well as some closeout stuff related to this building. And I'd also observe, fortunately or unfortunately, next year we'll in 12 months we'll have to issue a new round of bonds for John Wallace, as well as I think a little bit for Anna Reynolds as well. So that debt service number, unfortunately, is going in the wrong direction. Increase in the CIP, miscellaneous. I think most of this is because of the school bus, both the parking lot paving and the replacement contributions for the school bus replacement cycle. And then the decrease in the motor vehicle assessment formula, about $1.2 million. So all total, what that 2.5 mil rate increase, that corresponds with 7,587,000 plus or minus in additional expenditures that would have to be recaptured with property tax revenue. So the next 4 slides are going to sort of show what makes up that $7.587 million. So the first, as we've already talked about, the town appropriation, that adds $2.5 million. So it's about a third of the overall increase in expenditures. Then the school appropriation gets us to actually a little bit over that $7.6 million. So about 1/3 town appropriations, 2/3 school appropriations. And then we have the additional debt service, which gets us to about $8.2 million in additional revenue needed. And then that additional CIP request, that gets us to, wow, we're at like 9.8 or something like that, doing the math quickly in my head. But then because we had a combination of factors, the transfer from the Board of Ed non-lapsing fund into our general fund, 2.7, the increase in the state aid, about 500,000, as well as the that permit fee increase that I just talked about, for about 150, we were able to offset that burden by 3.6 million. And then finally, $1.2 million in additional loss as a result of the change in the assessment formula for motor vehicles. So if you add up all of the columns on the right, the change column, it gets you to that $7.587 million, $7.587 million, which is, as I said, the level of funding that any mill rate increase would have to cover. And this is really the last slide. This shows what all this means for your typical homeowner. Is one thing I've learned in the last 7 months. There is no typical Newington resident. We're all unique and special in our own way. But to sort of generalize, if I can, at this mill rate, this proposed mill rate, you're at your tax bill for your average home that assessed in 2020 at $191,000 would go up by about $479. But because of this change in the motor vehicle assessment, the average assessment on your car tax bill would go down by about $37. So overall, there'd be about a $442 increase in your total tax bill. However, if the council is to adopt that local option for the motor vehicle assessments, that would obviously cause the car tax. It would still be down slightly, but it would probably be down by $3 or $4 rather than $37. But on the flip side, it would cause the change in the increase in the real estate tax bill to go down from the $479 level by presumably a proportion. So that is all I have. I think we are at I got through in 23 minutes. So I guess I turn it over to residents for their questions now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, very, very, very appreciative of your report tonight. We will open up the public hearing portion of the hearing. If you're in the room and would like to speak, please feel free to come to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. If you are on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. We will alternate between in the room and over Zoom. All right, first one up is on Zoom. You are ready to go, Ms. Rainey.
Oh, I'm the first one up. Good evening. Thank you, everyone. Jonathan, that was really great. Thank you. I am here, Deanna Rainey, 110 Grandview Drive, Newington. I am speaking on behalf of the Economic Development Commission as the chairperson. Our budget, it will be spoken about later today. It's a teeny little baby budget compared to everything you guys are going over, I like to think. We have asked for a bit of an increase. I will say, before joining this commission, I had a lot of things to say, like how come they don't do too much, and then seeing how much money that there is no budget for the commission, it kind of made some sense. So from what I understand, the past budget was about $1,000. When you look at the number, please remember that our secretary is added in there, which is about $1,500 for the year. So we were requesting $6,500 total, which would give us about $5,000 to work with. This past year, we did our passport program that has already drawn interest from outside towns. I know, I don't know who it was, if it was Jonathan that got the call or someone else, but Plainville's interested in doing the same thing over in their space. And we look forward to doing that again this year. There's another um, uh, how do I say? Well, basically the Hobby Odyssey has been brought up. It's something that we'd like to explore moving forward. If you watched our last meeting this past month, Jonathan did a presentation on the Hobby Odyssey, trying to give people things to go do at our local businesses. And then Hunter did a really great presentation. He's a commissioner who is very interested in helping rebrand the town and possibly working towards getting a whole separate website, if possible, that could be more for tourism and commerce, and local events, things like that, like a community town calendar could be put together on something like this. So these are all things that we would like to explore in the next year. We know that, it's going to take us a while to go through these things. So we're not asking for a whole lot, just enough to be able to explore these opportunities this year. I do see, I believe Jonathan's recommendation is at about 3,500 with, again, please keep in mind the secretary fee would be taking out 1,500 of that. So that would only leave us about $2,000 to work with for the year. As the EDC. I know a lot of people are part of economic development is part of what they're focusing on, but we are the only ones that are truly focusing on economic development in town at the moment. So we would like at least about $3,000, $4,000, which would get us to about we're really asking for probably at least 4,500. That way we have the secretary fee and a little bit that we can work with. So I hope that we can get somewhere around there, and we appreciate all your efforts and time, and we hope to see you at an EDC meeting soon. Thank you all.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Anybody in there? Come on up.
Gary Bowles, 28 Burden Lane, Newington. Good evening to everyone. I know that the present mill rate, I was looking it up today, is 39.67. The proposed is 42.17. And that is a 2.50 increase per thousand of assessed value. For a house valued assessed at 150,000, this is a $375 increase per year. We also have reval coming this year, which I think will kick in next year. I also know that in years past, we've given some tax breaks to the developers that definitely affects the taxable grand list. And some of these developers, if they can afford to build a multi-million-dollar structure, they can afford to pay the taxes. We're basically all of us are footing some of that bill for those tax breaks. And I think that they really have to stop. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Evening, everybody. Bill McCarthy, 206 Churchill Drive. Jonathan, first attempt, good job.
Thank you.
I don't know what's wrong with my computer, but the search function of that document was like impossible. 283 pages, that's a lot of information. And I was just looking for one particular line item and I found it, I think it was under the CIP, which had to do with the implementation of the project that we're trying to develop with the downtown reimagining. I was at the charrette the other day and had a great time. I saw a lot of you guys there. That was very, very good to see. I think the dollar amount that we get included in the proposed budget is $25,000 for the implementation of some of our wonderful ideas that we had during the charrette process. And I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank
Bill.
you.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else in the room or over Zoom that would like to speak in public participation? Going once. All right, if there is no more public participation, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
A motion by Deputy Mayor Rada, seconded by Councilor Mankey. Any discussion on adjourning the public hearing? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Public hearing is adjourned, 6:32 PM. Hang out, we'll be back in 28 minutes.
Surprised no one came.
I know.
Fly up onto.
I
the
know,
balcony.
right? I didn't even know the damn things
They just-
flew.
they just sit
Old tail ones.
the big boys.
Jesus.
Just in the middle of it.
Wow.
Just, you guys gonna move? It is cool to see like the big one.
It is. It is. I saw a picture of a client of mine had a picture of a bobcat in Berlin. And
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I don't think I sent it to you too, but.
Good. All right, the time is 7 PM. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Mayor and Town Council for Tuesday, March 11th. Please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You have a roll call, please, Susan?
Here. Here.
Here. Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Here.
Here. All right, move on to approve of the agenda. Any proposed changes or anything?
Just, we're not gonna do that.
Oh, we'll get that. Yeah,
Okay.
we'll touch on that, yeah. Entertain a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Motion by Councilor Flores, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on approving the agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, moving along to presentations. We have on our agenda tonight a proclamation for Assistant Principal of the Year, Marco Turillo. Unfortunately, Mr. Turillo was not able to make it tonight, so we are going to just leave that on the agenda for a future meeting. So that brings us to item B, update on police officer recruiting, and Chief Barry is here to join us tonight. Thank you for being here, Chief.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So what I'll present tonight is just a bit of an update on our recruiting practices, our current staffing numbers, where we were 5 years ago, where we are today, and what we think is working and what we think still is some bit of a roadblock for the recruiting process for law enforcement. So to start with the current staffing, currently we have 50 of our 53 certified positions are filled, leaving us with 3 vacancies. That's the least amount of vacancies we've had since probably the last 5 years. We currently have 1 police officer in the academy, and we have 3 non-certified recruits awaiting to start the academy next week. We are meeting our minimum staffing numbers in patrol, but those 3 vacancies would fill positions in both support services and the detective division. So a bit of the history of our staffing. In 2023, we saw the departure of 13 police officers, which equates to about 23% of our total staff. Out of those 13 departures, only 2 of those officers had fulfilled their full retirement commitment. So the other officers, 3 specifically, retired early at a reduction in benefits. They had made the 50-year age limit, but hadn't met their 20-year pension year number yet. 6 of those, or 6 other officers transferred to other law enforcement agencies. 1 resigned from the police academy and 1 resigned in lieu of a termination. In that same year, we only hired 4 police officers. In 2024, we lost 1 officer to retirement. 3 officers were hired, but failed to meet the criteria to complete the police academy. And 1 was terminated for failing to meet the standard during their probationary period. Fortunately, we hired 9 police officers in that same timeframe. In 2025, we've lost 2 police officers, with 1 resigning in lieu of termination and 1 transferring to another agency due to a family relocation. We have hired 3 officers so far this year and have an additional 2 in our hiring process. We also have 2 certified officers scheduled to take tours of the building and come for ride-alongs to see if Newington is a place that they'd like to transition to. Some of the obstacles that we've identified for hiring, it's a national issue. It's not just a Newington issue. Studies conducted by the International Association of Police Chiefs showed that 78% of the agencies in the United States report having difficult recruiting qualified candidates. 65% of agencies reported having too few candidates applying for the police jobs in total. And 75% reported recruiting today is significantly more difficult than it was 5 years ago. So what is the problem? So the issue that we have in Connecticut is most Connecticut agencies are in fact actively hiring. So every department is vying for the same pool of candidates. Candidates will generally select the agency that possesses the attributes that they find the most important to them. And at this point, a qualified candidate holds all the leverage. They can pretty much go to whatever agency they want. So they're very specific on what it is they're looking for. It could be benefits, it could be the busyness of the town, opportunities that department holds, location, several issues that they can deem as important and then apply accordingly. We are seeing significant number of unqualified candidates. In 2024, we had 219 non-certified candidates apply for positions with our department. Of those, 147 of them failed some part of the background process, mainly the oral board and then secondary, the polygraph examination. So far in 25, we've had 41 non-certified candidates and 21 of them have failed the background process. So of the 260 we've gotten since the beginning of 2024, we've hired 7. So the amount of qualified candidates that we're seeing is reduced significantly. And again, with so many agencies trying to hire them, you're all fighting for the same people. There are some generational differences when it comes to law enforcement. Studies show that the generation entering the workforce now prioritizes a work-life balance to include flexible hours and guaranteed time off compared to high pay and high benefit. So obviously it's difficult to accommodate scheduling when it comes to law enforcement. It's shift work, it's scheduled days on, scheduled days off. Vacation and time off is generally assigned by seniority. So it's a difficult obstacle to overcome with people that are coming in that prioritize the home life more than work. The public image of law enforcement has taken a bit of a hit. There's increased scrutiny of police. There's negative media coverage. There's popular entertainment portrayals of police leaving younger people with a really poor image of law enforcement. There's been high profile use of force encounters that have dominated the national conversation. We've also experienced highly publicized line of duty deaths, especially when these deaths are the result of community tensions, as we saw in the mass shooting of 14 Dallas police officers back in 2016. A recent poll of 10,000 police officers were asked if they would support their children entering law enforcement, and only 7% said yes.
Wow.
Consistent exposure to dangerous and traumatic events is affecting officers' mental health and their attraction to the profession. Law enforcement has now the highest suicide rate of any other profession. In a 25-year period, which is the general length of a normal police career, the average citizen is exposed to approximately 2 to 3 traumatic events, while a police officer in that same time frame is generally exposed to approximately 250 traumatic events. On average, we lose approximately 184 officers to suicide each year, which is higher than the number of officers that are killed in the line of duty. There's consistent exposure to dangerous and traumatic incidents. In 2024, the nation saw 147 line of duty deaths, which was an increase of 25% from 2023. So now the job is becoming even more dangerous while officers are concerned about the challenges of the police accountability bill and the defund the police movement. How Connecticut recruits is specific to what we feel is going to attract us the best candidate at the best time. So again, with Newington, we are a big proponent of the police app. It's a website. It's a national police recruiting website. They do have a link specifically for Connecticut. And what they've done is they've partnered up with CPCA, which is the Connecticut Police Chiefs Association. And the CPCA will actually advertise for the physical agility test and the written test. And then all that information is uploaded to Police One, and you can pick who applies to your department based on their scores. So currently in Connecticut, there's 74 towns seeking non-certified candidates, and there's 65 towns seeking certified candidates. So you're competing with 75, different police agencies for your potential candidate. Once we get the application, we reply generally between 24 and 48 hours to start the hiring process. We hold oral boards every month, regardless of the amount of the applicants that we get. So we can get as many as 24 applicants in a month, or we can get 3. So we'll run our oral boards to make sure that if someone's applying with Newington, we're going to move quick so we don't potentially lose them to another town. The unfortunate part is this service used to be free, but because it's become so popular, they now charge us about $1,500 per year to be part of the Police One app, to advertise on that app. But when you ask recruits, once we see them in the oral board, generally they got Newington information from police app. So far it's the most successful that we have. We do use social media. We consistently post our recruitment flyers on our social media platforms. I think we have to be a little bit more interactive with those. We generally just post them. I think we have to be more attentive to the questions and comments that come through there. Because if you don't pay attention to the questions that are coming, they're gonna seek those answers from somewhere else, which could potentially be another agency, and we don't want to lose them. We do participate in many career fairs throughout the year. We try to go all over Connecticut. We do the CCSU Career Fair, Tunxus, the Yukon at the Harvard campus. We do the University of New Haven Career Fair, the Post-University Career Fair in Waterbury. They have a career fair at the Police Academy in Meriden. We also attended this year the Frontline Career Fair in Hartford. We always go to the Newington High Career Fair. That's always a great time. And we've actually gone as far as the Norwich University Career Fair in Vermont, trying to tap into more New England-based recruitment to see if we can get people that are coming into Connecticut for whatever reason and prioritize Newington. We do offer internships. We focus our internships with the CCSU Criminal Justice Program. We currently have an intern who actually is from Newington and graduates in May. We just ran him through our physical agility test, which he did fantastic on, and he's planning to apply with us in the spring when he graduates. So that's the best case scenario for an internship program, when you can get a local kid that comes through, does really well. You get a look at him, he gets a look at us. That relationship gets formed right there, and then they jump into the application process, and if they qualify, we consider them for employment. We do some additional advertising. We periodically advertise with the National Minority Update publication and website. NMU is the #1 resource for diversity in employment and education. The website has a specific link for law enforcement and public safety employment opportunities. The problem is it's national. They run the advertisements kind of on a single form. You scroll through. And again, being national, I think we're like halfway down of about 400 advertisements. So chances of that spiking is minimal, but at least it gets us out there. We do significant amount of community service events. We take our opportunities there to recruit. We bring flyers with us when we go out to these events. We just recently attended the Taste of Ramadan Symposium this year. We were there last year. We do recruitment efforts there. We were at the Stop the Hate Consortium at Temple Sinai last year. We did recruiting it there as well. We definitely try to put our recruitment flyers out wherever we can find them. We do it at National Night Out. We do it at the Public Safety Day, any Stuff for Cruiser event. And we prioritize having our officers make sure that if they're fielding questions from the public about hiring, that, you know, they provide that information, they become advocates for us. When it comes to the lateral market, which is a pretty important market, is when you can have certified officers apply and then transfer over to your department. It basically circumvents the whole academy process. So the academy is 6 months, and after FTO, you're not seeing really boots on the ground in a district for 9 months from data hire. But when you have a certified officer that's coming from another agency, or even a lateral transfer that's coming from out of the state, you can usually get those officers up and running in usually about a month to a month and a half. We've incentivized our lateral transfers by creating a bonus program and front loading our vacation and sick time. We've incentivized our officers to recruit lateral by offering the officers a recruitment bonus. So if they can bring someone on, they're open for a bonus as well. We've instituted a drop plan, which allows officers to retire on their scheduled retirement date, but continue to work up to 5 years and have those pension funds invested, which is accessible upon their separation. The town manager is also considering a law enforcement buyback program, which is another popular benefit that lateral transfers expressed interest in. We have salary and benefit packages that are comparable with those of the surrounding towns. The drop plan and the time buyback definitely help recruit and retain officers because they have to stay the duration of their career to reap the benefit of that initial investment. And what I want to close on is, I think, what Newington is doing to help us successful. As I said, we've been able to hire since since I was appointed as chief in April, we've hired 13 officers. So that's significant, because a lot of credit has to be given to the officers that were going through that period when we were down 13. There was a lot of forced overtime, a lot of specialty assignments were forced back to the patrol to cover. You have to have patrol officers on the street. So when you're down in numbers, it's all the other divisions that ultimately suffer. Both the support services and the detective division prioritize the hiring process. As mentioned before, we are very attentive to our applicants. So we move them through the process really quickly. And we use several vendors for polygraphs to get those testings done quickly. Sometimes they could, other agencies are looking at a 3-week to a month, timeout for those vendors to have availability. So we use several vendors so that we can get them through that process quicker. We quickly filter out the weak candidates with pre-background screening. So we give them questionnaires at the time of hire. And what that does is obviously gives us the opportunity to screen those out so we can focus on more viable options as they come. We keep consistent contact with our applicants to be sure they're moving through the process smoothly, and we answer any questions or concerns that arise around the way. They may have issues with getting something notarized. We have them come in and we'll do that for them. If they're military, they're having trouble getting a copy of their DD-214. We have military experienced officers that can walk them through that process. So we try to make sure that we keep in constant contact with them. And I think that demonstrates to them that their investment in us is reciprocated. We're going to be just as interested in getting them on board as they are to come to us. We definitely offer the internships. We've seen that those have been very successful when we do our ride-along opportunities. That's another very important. They get to come in, they get to see the facility, they see our equipment, they see the morale of our officers, and that can definitely draw those laterals over. We provide each officer with up-to-date equipment and training, and we give them a safe and a professional police fleet. Our fleet is significantly, I'm not going to knock on other departments, but comparatively, our patrol fleet is really, really well maintained. And we credit the highway department for that, for the effort they put into those cars, because we don't treat them all that great. And they do a good job of putting them back together. We also definitely make sure that the entire agency is working to create a healthy atmosphere that attracts candidates to our department. We've opened up specialty assignments, we've made numerous promotions, and we try to prioritize our officers' needs. Word of mouth advertising is extremely important. And if our officers are content in their work environment, they're definitely going to let everybody around them know. And that's a very valuable commodity, especially in the lateral transfer market. So that's what I have. If there's any questions, be more than happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Chief. We'll open it up for questions. Counselor Tiniakis.
Hey there. I don't have any questions, but I know policing is definitely not in the best light that it's been now. So the fact that you're able to get the staffing where it is awesome. So just thank you for whatever you're doing it right. And I'm sure every citizen in Newington appreciates it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a team effort. Everybody appreciates and kind of understands what we're trying to do when we're trying to make this department a family. And we're trying to make sure that the community has the trust in us. So I want to make sure that when we do this hiring process, we're bringing in the most qualified we can get. And to do that, you have to make it a department that people want to come to. So thank you.
Counselor Gonzalez.
I also don't have any questions. I just wanted to thank you and your department for everything that you do. I truly do appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Chief, for being here so much. I want to echo, of course, the thanks, not just to you for your leadership in hiring so many officers and getting the police department up to this 50 officer threshold, but also to your entire force that puts themselves on the line and, as you said, had the tremendous patience to supplement while the department hasn't had those numbers for some time. I do have just a couple quick questions for you. One of them is just about outreach to our young people in town, and in particular, our recent graduates. What does that look like? You talked about, obviously, we have an internship program for folks that's available to them, but I imagine that there are a lot of recent or new high school graduates who may not know that this is an option for them, that they ought to explore while they're still at home. How do you do that outreach in our schools?
So a lot of it is through our community service events. So we have two officers, because we currently do not have a community service officer. That position is currently vacant. So we've kind of tasked a few of our patrol officers who are interested in the CSO realm, and that's Officer Backman and Officer Ronaldo. And we use them whenever we have events, and the priority, as always, is recruitment and obviously, you know, making those relationships between the police department and the community as strong as possible. So when we're out and we're doing events, especially the ones that attract the younger crowd, like the National Night Out is a really good opportunity. Now, it does generally grab the smaller ones, the younger kids, but their older brothers and their older sisters are always attending. I think we have a really good SRO up at the school right now. We thought we were going to take a hit when we lost Officer Wagner, because I couldn't believe that someone could be as popular in the school as Officer Wagner was, but Officer Bugie is picked up that torch and he's kept moving with it.
Yes.
And the relationships that he's forming with the students up there is remarkable. And, you know, Bugie can basically build rapport with anybody. And I know every time that I've gone up there to see him, there's usually somewhere between 5 and 10 kids sitting in around his lobby or his office talking to him. And he is a good advocate for the department and expressing the interest that we have, not only to reach out with them for employment opportunity, but just that age group is important, because as they transition to adults, obviously we want to make sure that they're comfortable with the police department and that they understand that if they need us, we're there for them. And again, if we can get them, it doesn't have to be a criminal justice education that they're looking for. We've got many officers that have degrees in all over, you know, and military experience. So we try to tap into the opportunities when we have contact with them to reach out. And then the internships with Tunxus, with CCSU, because they call all the time to see if there's availability.
Sure. Like kind of following up on the same question, you know, you mentioned this, right? That there's this view of policing these days that's in many ways very harmful to the profession and very harmful to our communities. How do you, particularly with this age group, and this is just kind of a general question, how do you address that with this group of folks who may come to you and say, you know, I understand the work that you do, but, you know, I have some real concerns as an officer and as chief, and, you know, in the direction that you give to your rank and file, how do you encourage them to address those kinds of concerns?
The important thing is to realize that the transition of law enforcement from the warrior to more of the guardian, where law enforcement from years past, you know, there was no messing around. It was, you did what the police told you, or there was a consequence. And that has transitioned more into, you know, how can we solve these problems together as a community? And, you know, our officers go through significant training in how to de-escalate and how to deal with people in crisis, not even mental health issues, but just normally when you're contacting the police, it's generally a bad time in your life, whether it's a car accident, whether it's a medical issue, whatever the case may be. So a lot of training time is spent in assuring that we know how to talk to people. And we try to reach out to people from all different communities. As mentioned in some of the recruitment efforts that we've done, you know, going to an event like the Taste of Ramadan, you're dealing with a society that is unfamiliar to most of us and what their experiences are. So I think it's important for that age group specifically, because generally the information they're getting is from social media. They're not big into mainstream media. So you don't necessarily have to compete with the political agendas of whatever news station is you're looking for, but you just have to kind of humanize the department and you have to humanize the officers. And if they're out there when they're not in crisis and they're making contacts while they're at the park, while they're at the store, whether it's just, you know, they're walking down the street, and it's not a confrontational exposure, and the police officers in the community get to interact. And that's the importance of that SRO. If you have someone in that position that just does not relate with children, you're going to do not just Newington PD, but you're going to do the whole profession a disservice, because we are human. We have families, we have children of our own. And it's important to be able to tap into them and for them to realize that, you know, the best way for us to succeed is by working together.
That's great. Thank you so much, Steve, for all you do.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, and thank you all of your staff and officers for all the work that you do to keep us safe. Two questions. One is, it's just alarming, the suicide rate, the mental health issues that are inevitable, it seems, with the traumatic experiences you have to contend with every day. Can you just speak a little bit to some of the things that you have in place to support officers as they contend with these things and how we can mitigate some of that? And then second, and somewhat related, but not necessarily, it's more about the recruitment, but our military suffers an inordinately high rate of suicide as well, both active duty and veterans relative to the rest of the population. But also, I imagine it's a source of potential recruitment. And I didn't know, you may have mentioned it, but you have such a robust report. I don't remember the exact numbers, the percentage of military that might transfer or transition from their military job to a police officer job. And so those are two separate but sort of related questions.
Okay, if I miss one, remind me, because I'm going through. So the first one, mental health. It's been identified throughout the years that it is becoming more and more of an issue, because the concern was that if you admit that you have some sort of issue, that you're potentially going to lose your job. So they had to disassociate those two things with your career affecting on where you were in your own headspace. So we have a peer support program within the department that's run by Lieutenant Amalfi, who's behind me today. And what that is it's basically 100%, they don't give any information, it's confidential, and give any information to the command staff unless there's something immediately pressing. But it gives the officers the opportunity to express themselves, to download, to unpack their information. It could be work related, it could be, non-work related, it could be personal. Peer support is the front line. It's the conversation that's car to car on the side of the road. It's, hey, can I talk to you for a second? I've got some questions, I've got some concerns. If peer support feels like they might need more support, then we have the EAP program through Wheeler, which has been very successful. Whether we mandate it due to some sort of significant issue or they self-seek out that service, that's available to our police officers. They also have the option to do it out of the state. So any findings or any information that's gleaned during those interviews or those intake processes don't get back to the confidentiality remains, where it doesn't get back to us again, unless it's something that's going to potentially affect their job. Because it is a significant issue when, your officers are dealing with something internally or not successfully processing some of the trauma that they've had. And then they have to go to the call at your house or at somebody else's house, and they're not at their top game. We do, as part of police accountability, not everything from police accountability was detrimental to the career, but we have every 3 years, as part of our recertification process, we have to go through a wellness psychological evaluation just to make sure that there is some sort of safeguard in place at least every 3 years to get you in front of a psychiatrist to go through some questions and answer period. And they can make some sort of assessment. And again, the findings are confidential unless it's going to immediately impact. As far as the military transfer over, the one significant thing that they've done recently at Post is the police, the academy training facility, is they've allowed military police, instead of going through a full academy, they've given the option them to lateral over. Because you do want to tap in. That is a market that's extremely valuable. They're doing the job in the military. We feel it should transition smoothly over to municipality or for the state. Our most recent hire is military, and it's great because once we get one, you hope that spreads. We do see them at career fairs. They do reach out. Fortunately, we have several officers that are either in the military themselves or they have significant others that are in the military. So we actively recruit through them when they have drill, when they have their summer AT. We make sure we let them know, hey, Newington is hiring. And that is a very good resource to tap into.
Perfect, thanks. I just want to follow up comment and then I'll defer. It sounds like what you're doing is what I would call universal precautions for mental health care. And I think if more departments and police programs and fire and EMS from here to California implemented universal precautions for mental health, rather than make it the exception, but you're doing it as a rule, I think we would do so much better to support all of our first responders. And I think it's critical that that continue. And thank you very much for your leadership in that area. Really appreciate you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Councilor Draco.
Yes, Chief, I was gonna actually, have the same kind of question that Councilor Page did regarding the military, because even people who are just, not in military police, but just serve, doing their 4 years, whatever, coming out, they would be an excellent, way to recruit, and I don't know if there's any kind of interaction. I don't know what the, severance, policy is for when you're in the military, but if, I'm sure you're tapping into those as well, but in any event, again, on Councilor Page's, comments, actually yesterday on my street, there were 2 police officers there that were just, simply doing a wellness check, for a child. But then, I was thinking, well, then the next thing that they might have to run to is a death, a violent death or a homicide. Then after that, maybe they go and help assist with a birth. And then maybe at the end of the shift, they're chasing a speeder down the Berlin Turnpike. So that, your emotions go up and down, up and down, up and down every day. You never know what you're gonna deal with. Some happy stuff like the births and some very sad stuff. So it is a tough, I think one of the toughest professions. When you were talking about non-certified candidates, so those are people who have no prior really police experience, correct? And
Correct.
they're applied, they've been tentatively accepted and they're going through the process, but then you find out that they drop out or whatever. Kind of tying into also the recruiting service that you're using nationally, the national recruiting, do they do background checks prior to, or what kind of background checks are done to, because I'm just curious why after they get accepted and they get into the academy, they drop, it seemed like there was a pretty significant
We had a
dropout
few,
late.
correct. So the initial application process to apply to the department, you have to have the physical agility done. And that's generally done in the form of a chip card. It's good for 6 months. They take those every month or maybe every 2 weeks. CPCA will have a chip test done and you can take that test and then you can apply anywhere. But there is no background prior to the application. So that's why once they finish the physical agility portion, then they take the written test. They pass those 2 components. Then they apply to your department. We get the notification that they've applied and we can see what they've done so far. We can see who they applied with. We can see if maybe they were in the Bristol process or they were in the Plainville process and they failed the polygraph or they failed the psych. So we get all that information prior to inviting them to come in and apply with us. Once we accept their application, then we have our oral boards. So then we will sit down with a panel and we ask them generic police-minded questions, but they're more decision-making type questions because we understand that not everybody's going to know exactly what to do when they go for a call for service. So it's more, how you deal with stress, common sense thinking, how you prioritize medical to life to, different components of it, mostly situational type questions and why they're applying. And if they do well in that oral board, then we start with that pre-background screen and we catch a significant amount. And it asks questions simply like, have you been arrested? Have you used illegal narcotics in the last 2 years, 3 years? What's your driving history like? Because what happens is from there, they go right to polygraph, they go right to psych. Because we found that if we did our background investigation first, which takes a detective weeks to complete, then they go to the polygraph and they fail the polygraph, well, all that time was wasted. And all that resource time spent going to their neighborhood to do their neighborhood canvas and speaking to their employers was all a waste of time. So if you do that polygraph first, right after that pre-screen, you can rule out significant. Now, the ones that we hired and sent to the academy, we had some that just realized that law enforcement wasn't for them. They get a pretty eye-opening experience in the first few weeks of what they're going to be involved in and what police life is going to be like. And I think it scares some people into reconsidering their options. And we've had some that just were not able to behave in the standard that we expect of a police recruit. But it is difficult because again, we've had people that have withdrawn from our process because they had started another town's process earlier and they were hired by that department, or they decided they wanted to, go into a different field.
Thank you. And then, kind of in line with what, the other counselor was talking about in terms of engagement with youth, Counselor Cord. Was there ever like a police cadet program? Because I know the fire department, I think, has a cadet program that's pretty successful.
We ran a youth police academy for 2 summers when I was in support services. And the first year we had a really significant turnout. The second year we had to struggle to fill the class. And then COVID hit and everything fell apart. So the youth police academy was good because it kind of ran them through, they were high school ages, 13 to 17. And it ran them through kind of some of the paces that they couldn't expect when they got to the police academy, if that were the avenue that they would be interested in. The problem is then COVID hits, everything stops, and then we hit that staffing issue, and support services unfortunately got reassigned to patrol. So we used to have an adult citizen police academy as well that we haven't been able to reinstitute yet until we can get our numbers back, and we're getting there. And these are all programs rather that I would definitely like to see to come back, especially the youth one, because that does make that connection that Councilor Gonzalez was speaking about, or Councilor Core was speaking about, where you want to engage and you want to, get those younger people from town familiar with law enforcement and an idea of the decision-making process.
I was even thinking that, I know, starting something like a cadet program would be resource intense. I mean, it would be, maybe if there was even like a regional one, with the Weathersfield, Rocky Hill, Bruin or something, maybe collectively, because those youth, could be employed in Newington and vice versa. So
Correct.
it's just
And we do have a
something to
mid-state pack where it's Cromwell, Berlin, Weathersfield, Rocky Hill, and Newington, and that's definitely something we can look into.
Okay, thank you very much. And again, thank you and all your men and women.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Deputy Mayor Rob.
Yes. Hi, Chief. First of all, as everyone else said, thank you and excuse me, your entire department for all the work that you do and for your service. I think we were all very happy to be able to approve the naming of the facilities. So
We very much appreciate that.
well, we appreciate all the work, and I'm glad that people are being identified for the work that they've done and for the legacy that they have. 2 questions. One, if you could talk a little bit about collaboration with surrounding towns in terms of criminal behavior, activities, connections, how if you're part of a larger task force. And then maybe you could say a few words about one of your newer 4-legged officers.
Yes, absolutely. I love talking about reg. But I'll start with the first question. So as far as regionalization, it's a very hot topic issue in law enforcement right now because it's a force multiplier. It's taking the limited numbers of officers that you have to focus on one significant issue. So in the last, say, 4 months, we've been able to assign someone to the DEA task force, federal task force that runs out of Hartford. And they're obviously their primary crime as they're looking for is narcotics trafficking and any crime associated with. So that's one of our detectives who's assigned full-time as a DEA task force member. We also have one of our officers who was assigned to the FBI Northern Connecticut Violent Crime Task Force. And again, those are multipliers. So what happens is investigation starts in Newington, whether it's drug related, whether it's violent crime, robbery related, human trafficking related. And the task force officers can then bring that unit, which can consist as many as 14, 15 officers, in to conduct those investigations that the department just doesn't have the manpower to succeed. And what that does is it brings in federal resource, brings in federal money. They'll supplement with overtime. We get asset forfeiture money from those investigations if they yield, and it doesn't have to just stay in Newington. It can start in Newington and it can spread out to other jurisdictions. And they can go and investigate those crimes anywhere. We also have a member of our detective division that's in the auto theft task force. And their primary concern is dealing with car theft and then break-ins, because it's all generally run by the same group of people, the same, issue that we're all experiencing generally comes out of the city. So Hartford obviously being the close, they've started a auto theft task force that we're a part of, for the simple fact that we have a significant issue with car breaks and car thefts here in town. So obviously, again, you're bringing in a 10, 12, 14 person unit to help combat the car theft problem in Newington, which our patrol officers just don't have the time to handle. For our more regional, local stuff, we have that mid-state compact where we deal with those towns I mentioned. And they have our MSARS unit, which is our fatal accident reconstruction team, is all regionalized. So we have 3 members of that team. Anytime there's a fatal or near fatal accident in one of those communities, they all go out. So what would normally take us 4 to 6 hours to process a scene, they can do it in an hour, because now you have 10 people showing up, which we wouldn't be able to facilitate on our own. So regionalization is huge. Every opportunity that I find to get some sort of regional assistance, whether it's federal or whether it's municipal, we definitely try to take part. Because again, it's that force multiplier, and it just brings in more asset. It brings in a lot more experience, and it brings in federal money potentially. As far as Ray is fantastic.
He's not
We
with us
just
tonight.
saw Ray this morning. So he has been about as successful as a start as you can. He has been responsible for numerous tracks. He's located weapons, he's located narcotics, he's found people. He's doing everything exactly what we need him to do. We had a swearing in for him a couple weeks ago, which was great. We have the benefit of building relationships with the Stanton Foundation, which is a foundation that provides funding for initiating canine programs. So they covered basically all of the initial startup. They paid for the cost of the dog. They covered all his initial vet care. They cover some food for the first year. And we also had the assistance of the Hometown Foundation, who provided Ray with his vest. It's a tactical vest. It's stab proof. It's bulletproof. There's a handle on the back, so we think maybe we can deploy him from a drone at some point. We're gonna see if we can.
I'm sure he'd love that.
But yeah,
We'll have to
Ray's
call him Astro.
fantastic. Yeah, Ray's fantastic. And he's adjusting well. The work that he can do in a fraction of a time that a police officer can do. And then obviously the officer safety component of having him go and look for a bad guy compared to having an officer look for a bad guy, you can't put a price on that. So Ray has been fantastic.
Well, he's welcome to visit.
Anytime.
He's very quiet. He'd be fine. He was in here. You had a great
Well,
time.
if he has a presentation, we're happy to hear it as well.
Well, I'll get him in. I'll get him.
We'll bring trees.
He's very popular.
Losing his. Deputy Mayor. Counselor Mackey.
Just a quick comment. I just want to agree that being a police officer these days is not easy. That we hear all the time in the news, sadly, that police officers are being injured or killed. Doing nothing but traffic stop or serving warrants or just sitting in their cars. And we tend to forget these people who have families, they have wives and children or husbands. And they're humans just like us. They're people that have responsibilities in the community and families. And for you to be able to hire 13 people since your tenure, I think it does a credit to you. I think you said it's the things your staff has done, but it's you. You've made a big effort. I think big change in the department. Your leadership has made a change and you put systems in, from what you've told us now, you put programs and systems in place that retain those officers and make it as you said, a family. I think if we're to recruit new officers into Newington, it has to be a family. These people have to want to work here. It's certainly a buyer's market. These officers can go any place they want, and there's so many places they can go. And if they're going to come here, it's not necessarily for the money. It's not necessarily for the benefits. It's because they want to be here in Newington. Not this, we don't have the mountains they can climb or the ocean view. But they want to be here because of your other officers and the atmosphere that the tone you set in the department. So I just want to compliment you on what you and your staff have done to make that happen. To recruit 13 officers and only be that, this is the first time in the 10 years I've sat at this table, that to be only down 3 officers is amazing, because I've sat here for council after council after council. We've been down 6 and 7 and 8 and 10 officers. Now we're only down 3, I think is amazing. And you even said you have some more in the pipeline. So maybe the next time I sit here will be full complement.
That would be fantastic. That would be fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Counselor Nagel.
Thank you, and thank you for being here and being so clear and insightful, which really helps the public, who hopefully if they aren't watching tonight, will be watching, that all you do and what it takes to really get a qualified recruit here in town. Can you tell us, can you be a little more specific about the length of the process? In other words, from when you've gone through various steps, whatever, the length of a process through when you have a particular hire to when that person actually fulfills the position in the department?
Yeah, so the hiring process, we can usually turn around an applicant in probably a month, maybe a little under a month from when they hire to when we can get them through all the evaluations. The biggest thing that we find is the medical. They have to go through a physical, with our own healthcare provider. And part of the component of it being accepted in the academy is you have to have a clean toxicology. So you can't have steroids, any illegal drugs in your system. And that's one of the major hangups. We've been working with the town manager's office to actually have the town manager interview conducted before we get that toxicology back, because we know that's such a significant delay. If we were to wait for that and then try to schedule it, that could add a week. And unfortunately, in this market, a week could mean the difference between him coming to Newington and him going somewhere else. So about a month to turn that around. Then you have to wait for the academy seat to start. So we have several different academy locations that we can use. Post is the residential police academy in Meriden. But there are satellite academies that we have relationships with that we can use. New Britain is the priority simply because we have a reciprocal agreement. They use our range. They don't charge us for academy seats. So that's a great relationship, and it's a really good academy. They do a great job. They provide EMR training, which we need because we're first responders here in Newington. Post does not offer EMR training anymore. And then also having officers come to us patrol rifle certified, we get that certification from New Britain because some towns don't carry rifles. Post doesn't offer rifle qualification. So the academy itself is just about 6 months from beginning to end. Once they complete the academy, they graduate, and then they start the FTO program. The FTO program is 14 weeks long. And that's if everything goes well. If there's any concerns or issues or any areas of performance that we want to see improved, we can extend that FTO period as we see fit, or we have to make a decision if they're not responding to training, if there's some sort of issue that's occurring during that FTO process. We generally don't want to get them on the road by themselves if they're not ready. So there is a point where you kind of have to cut a potential applicant from the process. The problem is if they don't complete their FTO, they don't get certified. So they would have to return back to the academy to start with another agency. So it's very important that they successfully complete that FTO, and then they enter their first year of probation. And that's when you get to see how they're going to perform by themselves without a FTO in the seat, making these decisions on their own. And that's a very important time, because if you let them complete that probation, now they're in the union, and now the union protection starts, and it's more difficult to try to separate if you have to. So generally, you're looking at 9 months for them to get into a cruiser by themselves, where they're bidding a shift and taking a position.
Well, I'm glad you included some information that led to some of my backup questions, which I don't have to ask now because you've answered them. So this process is rather fluid. It's an ongoing thing with you on a daily basis, whether it's 3, 6, or whatever.
Right.
People are coming and going. In other words, the whole idea of a profession such as yours being a lifetime one is not something you see most people who enter the police force as seeing that way. Is that true?
Yeah, so generally, obviously, when I came into this profession, Newington held one test a year. And if you made it, great. If you didn't, you missed the boat. They would hire off of the hundreds of people that applied, and they were fine. Now we're at the point where there's just such a reduction in the applicants. You have to make sure that you're always ready. And again, we had mentioned some generational issues in the beginning of this presentation. Generationally, officers that are coming in, they may not be planning for 25 years. They may be looking at this as a 5-year step, see if they like it, see if they don't. The unfortunate times of you growing up as a child watching, you know, Chips and Miami Vice and thinking that's what I want to do for the rest of my life. Unfortunately, it seems like law enforcement has become like a secondary option. Like they want to go into something in business, something in accounting, something in marketing. When they realize that they can't make the money to even pay their student loans back, well, police departments play pretty good and I'm in pretty good shape. Let's go give that a try. And that's difficult because you can't turn them away. They might be very valuable to your organization, but then you do have to worry about the longevity of that officer. And are they going to stay for 25 years? It's a big investment to get them here. We want to keep them. And that's why the drop plan, that's why the buyback, that definitely helps keep people invested because like I said, they have to fulfill that career to get the benefit of some of those investments.
A little side comment, not specifically having to do with recruitment, because I know we're coming into spring. Seasonal vehicles, motorcycles, whatever, patrolling around is. Has there been a change in how you and police departments in the area work together to handle that? Do you foresee it being as bad, if not worse, in previous years?
It's a concern. The theory on the takeover environment is you really just kind of want to facilitate them getting through your town. When you have an officer that tries to make a traffic stop attempt in those scenarios, if you try to set up some sort of detail to maybe try to get them when they're stopped at a light or they're stopped at a gas station, you're inviting a bit of a violent encounter. We've seen police officers that were working independently get overwhelmed. And unfortunately, unless you get more to the root of the cause, where there's some towns that enact ordinances where you can't bring ATVs or dirt motorcycles onto gas pump properties. They won't let you into gas stations by permit. Because if you're out there trying to stop them, you're already too late. So what we try to do is we try to manage social media. They tend to advertise pretty significantly if they're going to be out, if there's going to be a meetup. And then we try to just saturate that area with law enforcement. And then that way they see it, they just want to kind of move through. The unfortunate part is the Berlin Turnpike attracts everybody. And it is a constant battle. The noise is ridiculous. The erratic behavior is ridiculous. They're not licensed, they're not insured. And they're reckless. It's been our experience that if you try to take a proactive approach to disrupt the meet, that's the most success that we have. Because like I said, if they're already driving down Cedar Street, 100 deep, there's nothing we can do but try to get them out of town because we're at such a disadvantage at that point. There's nothing one or two officers are going to be able to do. And we get that a lot. Why aren't we stopping them? Why aren't we ramming them with our cruiser? We get all sorts of suggestions about what we should be doing. And it's our experience, the safest thing is just to facilitate them, let them get to where they're going, and hopefully it's not in Newington.
And it's another circle to come back again.
Yeah, right.
I do appreciate all your what you presented tonight, all your police force has done. I've seen them in individual minor issues and majors when people have always been respectful and courteous and done an excellent job, and I commend you on that. And I know that the K-9 community is very proud that now you have one of them yes. added to the force to represent Newington. Thank you for being here tonight.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Councilman Negro. I don't have any questions, just a comment. First of all, I mean, amazing. This is amazing work. You know, it was a priority, you know, it was something we heard in the last year is that, you know, we need to get our police force up, and it's something we wanted to, you know, we were happy to see, you know, put some emphasis on. For the public to understand too, and I think it's, Councilor Draco mentioned all the various things that an officer might have to deal with in a given shift. And all of those things have to get done, whether you are at 40 officers or 50 officers.
Correct.
It's a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week, 365-day a year obligation that has to be done. So when we're low in staff, like you said, that puts so much extra strain on the other officers, which ultimately results in their safety being impacted by that. So I think, the effort is incredible because it makes our officers safer and it makes our community safer. So I think, what an amazing job, incredible work. And any way we can continue to help and support that, please let us know so that we can, keep getting filled. Like Councilor Mickey said, I'd love to see it come back here. Say, hey, we got no more openings on the ship. Sorry. So that would be great. But thank you so much for being here tonight and for your presentation.
Thank you. Like I said, it's been a group effort, from the chief's office all the way down to the brand new officer. Everybody is buying into what we're doing, and it's making us successful. So thank you all for your appreciation.
Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Moving along. Public participation is next. If you're in the room and like to speak in public participation, please step up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. If you're on Zoom, please use the raise hand function. Again, we will alternate between in the room and over Zoom. All right, seeing none. We didn't have any email correspondence.
We did not.
Very good. I'll move on to remarks by councilors on public participation. Anybody have any comments? No?
This is a rare.
Very good, very good.
In many months.
All right, so we will move along to consideration of old business. First is item A, the SHPO grant resolution for historical resources inventory. SHPO is State Historical Preservation with the
Office.
office. There you go. Very good. Councilor Page, would you please read the resolution?
Absolutely. Let me just find that. Right here.
Yes.
Yep, okay, thank you. Resolved that Jonathan Altshuler, town manager, is empowered to execute and deliver in the name and on behalf of the town of Newington any contracts with the state of Connecticut, Department of Economic and Community Development related to the State Historical Preservation Office survey and planning grant, and to affix the corporate seal, if any.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Page, seconded by Councilor Ford. Any discussion on this?
Just thank you again to Paul and all staff for all their work.
Yes, thank you. Very good, very good. Thank you. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Oh, Councilor Nagel's not here. Okay, very good. Motion carries unanimously, 8-0 with Councilor Nagel absent. All right, moving along to item B, custodian 2 job description. Deputy Mayor Rada, would you please read the resolution?
I'd be happy to. Resolved that the Newington Town Council approves the attached job description for a custodian 2 at the LT-6 job classification level.
Second.
Motion by Deputy Mayor Rada, second by Councilor Gonzalez. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries 8-0 with Councilor Nagel absent. All right. Then on to item C, reallocation of fire department CIP funds. Councilor Ford, would you please read the resolution? Sure.
Resolved that $62,175 remaining in the CIP account for Fire Company 1 Energy Efficient Radiant Heat be reallocated to a new CIP account for Fire Company 1 Bay Floor Repair.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Ford, seconded by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries unanimously. All right, concludes old business. Right along here to tax refunds. Councilor Gonzalez, would you please read the first item 8A? resolution?
Certainly.
Okay.
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $541.71 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of an overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Gonzalez, seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries unanimously. One more item in tax refunds. Counselor Tiniakis, would you please read that?
Resolved that property tax refunds in the amount of $3,892.59 are hereby approved in the individual amounts and for those named on the request for refund of overpayment of taxes certified by the revenue collector, a list of which is attached to this resolution.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Tiniakis, seconded by Counselor Gonzalez. Any discussion on this? Counselor Menke. You have your hand up.
I do.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
sorry. Oh,
Must have. Give me a second.
excellent.
Ever have any questions on tax return?
Yes. All right, all those in favor? Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries unanimously. No minutes to look at. All right, we do have some appointments and resignations. Counselor Menke, would you please read the resolution?
Sure. Resolved, Newington Town Council hereby accepts the resignation of David Horgan as a member of the Human Rights Commission in accordance with the correspondence received February 26, 2025, and effective immediately.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Menke, seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any discussion on this? Counselor Draco?
Yeah, I'm just curious, the memo that's attached. It says resignation, first of all, it's February 26, 2024. And then resignation, David Horrigan, Human Rights. Effective immediately, when Miss Andrews was serving a term of December. Who's Miss Andrews?
What do you see? What do you see, Ms. Andrews?
The letter that's attached.
I think there is a typo in the memo from James, that it's 2025, not 2024. So let the record show that there is definitely an error in the date in the memo. It's rare for our town clerk to make an error for a date, so I think it needs to be duly noted.
And then I must have had I don't know, the one that I was delivered to me talked about in Miss Andrews survey.
Yeah, I don't see that in mine.
That was
I
a
don't see that.
previous.
It's not on mine, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. So we had a motion by Counselor Menke, seconded by Counselor Nagel. Any further discussion on this? I see none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Okay, motion carries unanimously. All right, moving on to appointments. Counselor Page,
Thank you, Mayor.
these are on you.
Resolved that the Newington Town Council hereby makes the following appointments. Mike to the Economic Development Commission, Michael Lucas, alternate member, address 50 Cherry Hill Drive, Party D, term immediate to 11/30/26, replaces de facto Linda Woods. Also on the Economic Development Commission, Taj Seema, member, address 169 Cedar Ridge Road, Party D, term immediate to 11/30/26, replaces vacancy. And on the Fire Department of Facilities Project Building Committee, Stanley Sobieski, public member, address 26 Deepwood Drive, Party D, immediate inception to project completion, replaces vacancy. Also Stephen R. Woods, public member, 94 New Britain Avenue, Party D, immediate inception to project completion, replaces vacancy. And Clifford F. Stam, public member, 35 Judge Lane, Party D, immediate inception to project completion and vacancy. replaces vacancy.
Motion by Counselor Page, seconded by Counselor Menke. Any discussion on these appointments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? All right, motion carries unanimously. Congratulations to folks that have been appointed. All right. Now we move along to new business. Before we jump into that, because I know we're going to be covering a lot tonight, would folks like to take a break prior to jumping in for about 5 minutes?
Sure.
And then we can see as we move along if another one is necessary. Is that good with folks? All right, so we will take a 3 5-minute reset and we'll come back for new business. All right, very good. All right, we are back from recess and moving on to new business. Tonight, we're introducing our budget process, and we're gonna be hearing from all the different town agencies and departments. Not everybody tonight. We still have another meeting on Saturday. We're gonna go through all of that. To counselors, I just would suggest that we, keep our questions kind of as overview and as limited as possible so we can keep it moving and get through as much information as possible so that we can follow the understanding.
Before 4 a.m.
Yeah, before 4 a.m. So that way, yeah, very good. So we will move on to item A, overview of budget and budget procedures. That's you,
Yeah,
John.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be very brief on this. And I talked about the schedule during the budget hearing as my first slide in the budget hearing. Obviously, today we're focusing on general government, first the Board of Ed, then general government, public safety, public works, and finally community development and improvements. The other operating departments, as well as CIP, debt service revenues, and the various non-departmental expenses will be talked about Saturday morning at 9 a.m. Dr. Bromett and Chairwoman Parati. I got it, okay. I bungled your husband's name at the pool committee, so I'm glad I got it right.
Better
on that.
practice.
Yeah. We'll give a presentation, but when after we get through the Board of Ed though, as we're going through the town departments, my preference would be that that council directs their questions to me. To the extent to which there are complicated questions that require a complicated response, I think it's maybe best to follow up at a later date rather than devote too much time. To the extent to which they're straightforward questions, I may defer to department heads that may be in attendance. Some are either on Zoom or in person, some aren't. So one way or another, we'll muddle through. But as I said, I would prefer that the questions be first directed at me, and we'll see how we can incorporate others to the extent that more information is needed. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Jonathan. Very good. So we are going to move on to our first presentations coming from the Board of Education. We are joined tonight by the whole team. It's good to see you guys.
All right.
We got another chair for you, Lou. No, we got a
good chair.
regular sized chair for
You're
you.
gonna get a chair on wheels. You know, while you're here, it's already showing an error. Oh, so I pushed. It's fine. Yes, there. Want to sing a song Amy while I'm waiting? No. Nor do I. I guess I'm gonna. Should have brought Charlotte.
Gotta be careful, you say stuff like that.
I know. No, I don't have the right, the talents over at the schools. It's not here. I guess while we're waiting to get the technology worked out, I just wanted to also thank our police officers and first responders in attendance. They are tremendous partners to the school system. And I couldn't agree more with the comments made about SRO Bushi. He's just amazing. And he is a great ambassador, and I hope he does help with the recruitment efforts. But if you go to a football game, he's never alone. So I do appreciate the support of that very important department that we have. It's all right. We thought we had this worked out.
We get to keep Scott. You can't have him. He's ours.
And I'm a little jealous. Thank you. So is that up now?
Although for future draft,
I mean, we could-
then maybe
Who wear something out?
I don't think so.
Oops. Alright, so it's just- Yeah, is that up?
While we're waiting, I'll say that Central Connecticut State is down by 2 points in their championship basketball game. So they're going down by 2. We'll see what happens.
That's a nail biter.
How much time?
There's 10 minutes left in the game. Basketball.
But
It could happen.
If they win this, they go to the madness, so.
Beautiful. And again, tonight we are presenting a much more truncated version of our budget, because the town council very graciously attended a meeting in early February. So we're just kind of putting out some of the highlights and then making sure the council knows where the Board of Ed landed and what cuts were done prior to bringing it forward this evening. Substantial cuts actually were made by the board. So we want to make sure that's part of spotlighted, as long as, and of course, want to mention a few other accomplishments.
You don't need your slides, you know it by heart, right?
By now, I should know it by heart. But those visuals do help. They're a little more animated than me. It's probably because I have a Mac. I throw everybody off. No, don't have to read it one. We'll just run off of here.
Yep.
Got some snacks over there,
Yeah,
Ken?
excuse us while we snack.
To where?
Just put it on your computer and then.
Do this really.
That's like one of our meetings.
So it's gonna, are you gonna run it then?
I'm gonna bring it on, I'm gonna put it on the computer. You guys can run.
If Scott can't fix it, it really is broken.
It's not,
Just saying.
we just think it's broken.
That's Oakland.
Yes, it is. On its way.
When they group them in, they're here. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I would say we see how it goes over the next hour and a half. And then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, probably. But well, I mean, a question for Janet too, because you guys have to have, on the 25th, you guys have to have, make your decision, something.
We have general questions. Can we ask one? Yeah.
If, God, is it gonna be longer? Would it, so Counselor Bedrejko just asked if she has general questions while we wait, if those could be
It's
asked.
not, I mean, I don't think you need the book to this, but I was just I was trying to figure out when I was looking at both the Board of Ed budget and the town budget. I remember in the past that there were discrepancies between the assumptions for like utility increases, gas, oil, electricity, whatever. And can I assume that both the town and the Board of Ed collaborated on what the assumptions would be for these?
We did to a certain extent. We do have different facilities with different tariff structures, especially like with Eversource. With the larger buildings, there's a whole series of tariffs that Eversource imposes upon your building rather than your organization. So we have 9 locations. We have a large enterprise, medium enterprise, small enterprise, plus, the streetlights, the smaller operations for the bus garage and for the field house. So it's very difficult to line them up apples to apples with the building inventory that the town has for the different features. You may have 5 large buildings. We have 8 larger buildings. You have a number of smaller buildings around town that we don't have. So the assumptions aren't the same because the tariff doesn't work the same. It's all dependent on what property that you're actually running. So like the high school is tariff 56, while the middle schools are tariff 41. Elementary schools are tariff 30. There's different elements to that don't line up simply. Where we have the much more consistent arrangement is on the supply side of the power, where our contract with Constellation is 11.13 cents per kilowatt hour. The town's is slightly lower, it's like 10.9. And that was just related to when their renewal date was and when they were able to lock in just the ebbs and the flow of the market that are there. So it's about 0.2% difference than what ours is. We have the 6 solar plants right now around the district. I'm not sure how many buildings in the town have solar power plants as well. So it's ours covers about 30% of the overall footprint of how much electrical consumption there is that's going on. I don't know what your system-wide solar coverage is, 15%, it's 40%. So those are all factors that make the assumptions very difficult to make apples to apples.
I noticed that, I think you guys are saying an 11% increase in the cost of natural gas and the town didn't. So that's kind of a significant difference.
I know the guidance we looked at was from let's see, natural gas. It was we're monitoring several services that are providing pricing estimates for the marketplace, and we took it right off of one of those. I can't say if it's the exact same one that the town used.
Right, thank you. I guess you're ready to know. Okay, thanks.
All right, so we will get launched. And thank you for your patience while we work out the technological difficulties. So as I mentioned, this is a bit of a truncated version to what the council already heard about in early February. And thank you again for participating in that joint meeting. I think what's important for me to restate is that anything in our budget is directly related to our vision for where we want our kids to be. And obviously we want them all to leave high school highly prepared for life after graduation and have an excellent plan that they can actually carry out. And I also want to clear up any misconceptions about, we want all of our students to have high achievement. So while many of our students are already there, some of our students are not. So our goal is to make sure that all kids have opportunity to meet our rigorous standards and achieve at a very high level. And our portrait of graduate also further outlines that we want all of our kids to leave school with tremendous communication skills, be solid citizens in the community, and have thinking skills that get them into the careers of their choice. We have a lot to be proud of in the district, and I want to highlight these because I think the town council, as well as our community members online, want to know, are they getting a return on their investment? And we have a lot to be proud of here in Newington Public Schools. We currently have a grant-funded program at no cost to the board that has dramatically reduced our expulsions related to drugs. Right now, we're sitting at 0 expulsions related to drugs this year. We have a Nor'easter Academy, which is an alternative program that's very unique that we run at Newington High School. And last year it ran 1 semester and kids earned 67.5 credits in just that 1 semester. So the kids are moving along very well. 3 of our elementary schools were named schools of distinction because they've been achieving at high levels. This has been updated since the council last saw this presentation. The class of 2024 did earn over 1,000 college credits, but we've adjusted that to current dollars, and that's saving our families $2.7 million in tuition.
Wow.
And that's huge. And another statistic that I think you're going to be excited about is that last year, 82% of the kids who graduated had college credit upon graduation. This is up from 56% in 2019. So we're making some really huge strides about kids leaving our high school with substantial college credit. We are also at the top of the state for offering college credit. We have a laundry list of courses that we continue to add to. We consistently get recognized by the National Association of Music Merchants for having a top music program. And as the town council knows, both Marco Trillo has been named the 2025 CAS Assistant Principal of the Year, and Tara Tigna was very recently named the 2025 CAS High School Principal of the Year. We also are working very hard to establish what we call restorative disciplinary practices in our system, where students just don't get a consequence, but they have to make reparations. And I think that's a good life lesson. And it also contributes to kids who aren't going to the office again and again because they're learning from their mistakes. We are working on a new system for teaching math called Building Thinking Classrooms. It gets kids up and moving while they're learning math. And our middle school scores are already starting to show a positive impact. The town has heard me talk quite a bit about pre-K. And in the last 6 years, we have moved our pre-K numbers from 60 kids in pre-K in 2019 to 160 in pre-K right now. So that's nearly tripled in the last 5 years. We're very proud of our partnership with Newington Human Services. They work with our staff to provide mental health support. They also have been a partner with sharing grant resources with us to bring top speakers to our system, such as Chris Herron, who did a very successful presentation about avoiding drug use recently. We recently opened up at the high school a grant-funded school-based health center, and that provides services both in mental health as well as medical care. And that's been, again, at no cost to the taxpayers. And of course, we have to always celebrate our sports teams. Our Newington Nor'easters made it to the Class double M semifinals, and our coach was named the New York Giants Coach of the Week in November, which was extremely cool. All right, I'm gonna turn it over to Amy to talk a little bit about our demographics.
Yep, so this chart has been updated for this current year. You can see back in 1978, before some of us were born, but maybe some of us were in high school, there was very limited special education students. 504 didn't really exist, didn't even exist. Our ML population was less than 1%. Free and reduced lunch wasn't being calculated, and there were 25 choice students. Fast forward to even the 2023 school year and up to 25, you can see the significant increases in all of those numbers. There was a slight dip last year, but we're back up to 16.6% of our students requiring special education services, up 7.6% have a 504 plan, which the 504 plan does not, there's no money that's associated to that. We're required by law to accommodate students, but not getting anything, any funding for it. Our ML population is 9.6% of students, and free and reduced lunch is just a slight dip from last year, about 35.8%. So over a third of our students qualify for free and reduced lunch. And then we have 131 or we'll have 131 students for open choice. This is just a chart of our diversity. The white students are 50%, and then you can see there's many other races that are high. So we're very diverse in Newington. A lot of people ask if it's the open choice students coming to Hartford, but from Hartford, but it's actually Newington residents are making up this diversity. It's less than 3% of the students that are coming from open choice. And then it's just a fun chart. Our top 10 or 11 languages that are spoken in households in Newington. English is the first, but there's many: Spanish, Polish, Portuguese, etc. And Newington the schools do translate all messages and memos and everything that's coming from the schools, and then even conferences can be translated with language line.
Language
right?
line is a very helpful tool.
So we are able to communicate with all the parents, all the households of our students.
And we're leveraging a lot of AI platforms to translate assignments to kids in real time. So you can go into a classroom and see kids learning in Ukrainian and Vietnamese at the same time. So the goal of this budget really is to continue all of our current programs to enhance school security and to support mental health and special education mandates, as well as our continued expansion of our pre-K program. We also have state mandates that are always coming down our way that don't have a lot of funding, if any, attached to them, such as the HVAC mandate. There's a mandate that if you have 20 or more students in any given school who speak the same language, you have to open up a bilingual program. We now have, next year, Wallace and the high school will meet that threshold. Therefore, we're required to hire a bilingual teacher. The Connecticut paid sick leave that recently came into play does provide benefits to employees, but it is at a cost because our sub costs go up when there are more folks getting paid time off. But we also want to make sure we provide job security, and the council's always been very supportive of that. Much like some of the struggles the police mentioned earlier, there is a shortage of teachers, so you want to make sure your district is desirable by having job security. And we also want to make sure we leverage grants to the maximum extent possible, which we do. This budget contains close to $3 million in grant offsets. So there are some minimal enhancements next year to this budget, and a lot of them have offsets either by grants or monies coming into the district through tuition. We're offering 2 new courses next year at the high school, Jewelry 2 and Cell Biology. We're going to expand pre-K by adding another pre-K teacher at Patterson. That expense will largely be offset by the tuition we charge families. The bilingual teacher that I mentioned district-wide will be somewhat offset by reducing some bilingual tutors. We need to add a kindergarten teacher at Green due to enrollment there. And we'd like to add a 1.0 school psychologist. Right now we have a high school of 1,300 kids with only 1 psychologist. So we've been getting by with that by using contracted services like hiring consultants. We'd like to leverage that money that's already in the budget to hire a full-time psychologist. We are expanding our benchmark reading program to both pre-K and grades 5 for next year. We also want to expand our instructional minutes in math and reading at grade 5, because that's a grade level where our kids dip in their test scores. So we're going to expand that instructional time, but that does not cost any money. It's just a programmatic change. When I talk about the security enhancements, I'm really talking about blind spot cameras. I'm fortunate to have Mike Morgan as my security director. He's a superstar, and he goes out and checks out any blind spots and makes recommendations for the budget in that regard. We'll talk a little bit later about the budget, bus replacement cycle. That's a capital item, as well as HVAC mandates. We did have a lot of really valuable requests from our staff we have a plans process where teachers and administrators come forward with positions that they might like to see in the budget. But, when you have to make those hard decisions, these are some of the positions that were recommended that we're not putting forward in the budget, such as additional social workers, team leaders, and a math teacher and a reading teacher at our Wallace, and an additional music teacher. We are currently in the process of what's called a para audit, where we are looking at our paraprofessional resources and trying to leverage some of that toward more of a certified teaching pool versus non-certified. we'll be hopefully getting some results from that before the end of the school year. And that might allow us to hire some more special ed teachers without any increase to the budget. So Newington is not unlike many districts. We have, the same challenges with inflation and critical shortage areas and, the volatility of special education. I testify at the state all the time about that. I've been on many task force to try to get that under control, and that's still an unsolved issue at the state, but they are trying. And obviously the ongoing unfunded mandates. Some of the things that are unique to Newington is our diversity. In the short time that I've been here, which is close to 6 years now, our diversity has nearly doubled in many ways by our ML population and our increase in different languages. We do have a lack of health benefits for our paras. So we do have a hard time recruiting paras or retaining them because of that. And again, the audit may help us with that. And we also do have budgets that rely on the non-lapsing fund, which has worked up to this point, but at some point there may become a funding cliff relative to that. This is yours.
So this is just a chart that's showing the impact of this year's budget due to unfunded mandates. So the first is the state passed required paid sick leave. So it's providing additional sick days to teachers, paras, and anyone who works in the school district with about $100,000 impact to our budget. The indoor air quality reporting, it's expanding the reporting of the air quality in our schools, which obviously is very important, but it's coming at a price tag of, we do testing, but this is a further mandate of first year 50,000 and then ongoing it'll be 25,000 a year. And then the indoor air quality HVAC mandate is equipment upgrades, basically $150,000 a year. And then it was mentioned before, but the requirement to have a bilingual teacher when more than 20 students speak the same language is 91,000 ongoing a year. And then for our budget this year, the major budget drivers, you can see it adds up quickly. Special education cost is huge. It's increasing from last year's budget, almost 1.5 million, which translates to 1.67%. So right away we are up 1.67%. And this, it's, you can dive into our special education line item, but it's transportation and all of the unique needs of our students, because we need to educate them as they need. The salary increases, again, this is a contractual obligation, mostly a contractual obligation for our teachers and other bargaining units, 2.3 million, 2.68% over last year's budget. The health insurance benefits, again, not something that we can give up or take away, is 1.22%. And then all other, so this is just everything else in the budget, utility costs, repair costs, supplies, et cetera, is driving that 1.929. So the slide isn't right because we took some of that away.
That's our original ask. So we want to show you what it looked like before and after.
So some of that 1.29 went down.
It did. And this is our historical average of budgets. And as you can see, our 8-year average is 2.75. So just kind of a perspective there. And here is where, though, the board did some very serious work over the past month. And as you can see, where we started out at 6.86% at the beginning of the process, over the course of those weeks, we were able to cut close to $800,000 out of the budget. And that resulted in a decrease down to 5.94%. We did get a stroke of good luck recently when the excess cost dollars that went through the state legislature did ultimately pass. Representative Farrar was spearheading that effort. So that after some back and forth finally did officially pass, and Newington should be getting between $330,000 and $360,000 more than we thought we were going to get this year. And what we're going to do is use that to do some curriculum buy-aheads, so that brought our ask down. The board also reduced many line items and cut some things out of technology and other things to bring this down. The town manager had asked that my budget resemble his in terms of percentage increase. Earlier, when the town council came to the board meeting back last month, we talked about the bus replacement cycle and the bus conditions. So within our capital budget is a request to pave the Garfield Street parking lot, which, as the council is very well versed now in, they saw probably more pictures than they wanted to about the rust on the buses. But we would like to see that go through. The capital budget also includes our technology replacement cycle as the big drivers there. We also have, we've had questions from the community about, well, are you really sure that our bus fleet is the best way to go? Is that the most economical way to go? And we're one of 4 districts in the state of Connecticut that does have their own fleet. And after a deep dive recently, we did determine that yes, it is still a savings of approximately $750 per child, or a range over the last several years of between $300,000 and $700,000 cheaper than if we were to use like a DACA or a first student. And I think it's important to note that because we have our own fleet, we're also able to support other departments like Parks and Rec, police, and other senior center with supporting their events, because those buses are at the ready when they're not in use for school purposes. So there is not only a fiscal advantage to having your own bus fleet, but there's a kind of a community advantage to that. So the town, again, has supported us over the years and has, helped us to avoid layoffs, which we deeply appreciate. Our teachers know that this community values education. Our families know that, and that's a hallmark, I think, of a high quality town and community. But we did cut quite a bit out of the budget already, and we have to be cognizant of any further cuts could cause us to reduce services. Now, I will assure the town council that we are consistently reconciling our budget. So if over the next several weeks after every payroll, we see that there may be some residual items left, we can start looking at other reductions. That is something we do on a routine basis. I've written some grants, but unfortunately they're not supposed to be, results not till July. So that won't help us during this project or process. But we are always actively looking at grants and cost saving measures to reduce our ask. But as Board Chair Parati did mention, that the biggest drivers of our budget are just returning and ongoing costs, salaries, special ed, insurance. And I know the town is aware that we get our budget figures for health insurance directly from the town. We get whatever they tell us is what we put that, our agent of record tells us to put that in there, and we do. So that really is it. That's the abridged version of the budget. And I'm happy to turn it back over to the town manager for any questions. And thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mankey.
I just have a couple quick questions. I get asked all the time, how many teachers do we have?
If you have that handy, Lou.
370?
It's around that. It might be a little less than that, probably 360.
Cool. Yeah, I know we talked to the police chief, and I was sure to ask him this, how long do they stay? What's the average tenure of a teacher?
Our tenure is pretty good. We have, most teachers do stay with us. It changed a little bit during COVID. I'd have to give you that exact answer. I'd have to go research that, but many of our teachers have been here a long time.
Okay, and just my one more question, just if I can just ask. In the couple slides before, you said that if I read it right, you're hiring 4 new positions. One preschool,
Yes,
then that's where would that be located?
that would be at John Patterson. They have an uptick in special education preschool students.
And then 2 teachers, and then that's a school psychiatrist.
Right, a bilingual teacher, a kindergarten teacher, and a school
So
psychologist.
the bilingual teachers included in the teacher. So it's 4 new positions.
4.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Tiniakis.
Thank you. I just wanted to just say clarification. Am I able to ask specific questions about line items in this budget right now? No, we're not trying to spend too much time on this
You
or
can,
whatever, but
Are you directing that at me or?
I mean, she.
Well, so I would view this as this is a back and Q&A with the superintendent rather than the town manager. Once we get to the town stuff, we can.
But,
Yeah.
Because we're going through this and there's a lot in here.
There's a lot in there.
Yeah, there's a lot in here. So I have like a bunch of questions, to be honest. So here, let me just pick a random one. Here, so under code 1008, section 700, we have replenishments of iPads for special education, right?
Yes.
So, almost 400 days. What do we, where are we buying these iPads? What price point do we get them at? What's the reason to update them? Like, just more context.
They're old.
Nice.
I can answer the educational component and I'll let Lou answer. We definitely order them from places that give the best educational pricing for iPads. Students with special needs use iPads to communicate. So if they're nonverbal, the iPad is able to communicate for them. And they have a shelf life of maybe 3 to 4 years. And then sometimes the programs on them need to be upgraded and the iPad doesn't have the capacity to do that. So they are getting a shelf life of 3 to 4 years. And then once in a while, someone might accidentally drop one. But by and large, it is just needing to upgrade and refresh them. In terms of the price point, was it about $400?
Well, the iPads, these are the touchscreen ones.
Yes.
$750 per, in the budget, there's 30 units requested. So it's $22,500 of the overall request.
And is there a reason that we buy Apple products specifically? Because I know they're more expensive.
No. The specific program that the iPad can run is called ProLocal to Go. It is a speech program to really assist students with disabilities become just more proficient with their linguistics and their speaking and their understanding. It's not a program that's available on a Windows device.
In that same section here, we were looking at the budget from last year, and under administrative salaries, it looks like that had increased by $100,000. Just wondering, is that one person doing all that? Or no, it's up by 70,000. I'm sorry, excuse me. So we just questioned about like the staffing for that particular position compared to last year.
Raises.
For the ed, you're still talking about the ed tech budget, correct?
Yeah, under administrative salaries, 118 there. I think code 118. It's at 1,870,000 change, but compared to last year's budget, it's about 70,000 more.
Right now, the request is 194.21. The current budget is 187.89, so that's $3,600 an increase.
Well, we're talking about compared to the 2023 to 2024, we're looking to talk about last year's packet that we got for the same line item.
Oh, so you're looking at last year's package?
Yeah, we're comparing last year's packet to this year's. So there's a difference of about 70K.
Yeah, I would have to research that. I couldn't give that to you. I don't have that with me.
Okay.
In comparison to last year.
Okay, I mean, honestly, I could spend like 2 hours asking questions. Maybe we could get together, just like, make a meeting or something like that, because I do
That's
have.
amenable. We could do a work
bunch,
session
yeah.
to answer any, detailed questions, and that'll give us time to do the research on that particular question.
All right, thank you.
Just write us through the answer. We all have the same.
Yeah, it's for everybody, yeah.
In fact, if it would be all right, if they could be sent to us in writing, and then we could create a written document and share it out, which is how we do it with the board, just making sure everybody has the same.
And I just had just a comment. I think this would be much easier for us to read if this was broken down by school instead of just holistically all one big thing. I think it'd just be easier to kind of understand what we're looking at if we had it broken, like, for each school individually, just to make more sense of it all.
I think some of that is set up, Lou, in accordance with the state mandates for budget codes.
Correct.
I mean, the school codes are on each line item. I know you don't have like a total, but but it's not really how the budgeting is done. Like, there's individual schools have requests, but then there's a lot that is overall. So if you have a specific question, like if you want to see salaries by school, that could be pulled, but like the budget book, I don't think can,
Not, you'd have to do a supplemental.
yeah. So like a supplemental report could be run with a
Text.
specific question.
Cool, thank you.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have one question. We talk a lot about the non-lapsing fund. Can you just explain how we arrived at this current non-lapsing fund? What were the drivers of that? What contributed to that?
That's current one that's in existence right now.
Yep, yes.
I'll answer this quickly, Lou, and then you can fill in the blanks. It really is a product of the money that was left over during COVID. And during COVID, when school shut down and then it was only partially opened, the board was able to transfer that realized savings into the non-lapsing fund. And then we've been drawing down from that slightly since that time frame.
So those categories could have been any number of different categories within the budget that then went into the non-lapsing fund?
Yes.
Was there one or two or three categories that were the majority of that money?
I think it'd be easier to think of it based by year.
Okay.
Right now in front of me, I'm looking at just our annual tracking. So when the non-lapsing fund started in the spring of 2016, the first year, big deposit upfront, $1,217,000 went into the fund. Was not used in the 16-17 years. It was used substantially the following year, that there was about $1.2 million used, but we were able to reinvest another $297,000 into it. Following year, $728,000 went in, nothing used. Then we get into the COVID years, $1,335,000, $768,000 was put in with no drawdowns. So that ballooned the balance up to a little bit over $3.1 million as of July 1st, 2021. Then it was used about $500,000 over the next 2 years, which brought us down to $2.6 million. And then to reconcile the budget, starting 2 years ago, there was a big push to utilize those funds to assist keeping the mill rate down. And $1.7 million was used the first year, $3 million for the second year. Because of the general financial pressures on the budget and in collaboration with the town to, try to make sure we don't have any staff layoffs, we ended up utilizing essentially all of the value in the non-lapsing fund, putting it against the upcoming budget's expected expenses. But as pressure happened in the succeeding years, we had to really go on a clamp down and, stop spending in order to preserve funds so we could roll forward another year. We're in that same mode right now. We have $3,400,000 is what it was the commitment to start the year. And we've been gradually working that down because of our practices of avoiding expenses, deferring things to help us be able to allow money to remain in the non-lapsing fund so we can move it next year. As of right now, we have $2,800,000 committed against the budget proposal here as an offset to get it down to the 5.94% it's at right now.
And last question, I promise, Mayor, is at some point, not tonight, can we get a better sense of how those decisions are made in real time? When you made the statement, we made decisions to slow down or stop the spending, at certain points during the year. How are not tonight, because we want to move on, but how those decisions are made in real time? And does that information about how those are informed decisions and fluid potentially during the school year might inform where we could collaborate to look at what might be more discretionary than we might be aware of as we look at this large document, so that we're not just, I hope we're never shooting from the hip, but sometimes when we go through all this, we're like, well, I don't know, this doesn't seem like it's necessary completely. Can we trim X number of dollars from that? It would help me and maybe all of us to have a more informed process. So as I know, no one's got a crystal ball and there's a lot of stuff happening on the federal and every level, but if you can do that, and you do that, you just said you do that, that would help us to know that process. So then we could do that in anticipation of this upcoming budget. Does that make sense? And I know it's not precise.
The answer really is very simple. It's by design, our budget is significantly deferred until second half of the year for decision making. When we make decisions about what projects we advance, what curriculum initiatives move forward, is all based on where do we stand on the budget
Mhm.
as we get into January, February.
Mhm.
And then it's also taking the temperature of how the financial environment is for being able to support what the operations needs are. You know, a good number of anything surrounding our facilities are decisions that are, designed in April and May, implemented in June, because it gives us the ability, we're not over investing in design and not being able to implement because there's no money for it. So I kind of characterize it as you're on final approach for landing at the airport, and you don't want to be too high, you don't want to be too low to crash the plane, and just making sure you're kind of staying on your glide slope of where you have resources and where you don't, and try to get there. But one of the major concerns about that is we can get by with that a couple of years, but you're gonna start seeing a lot of the nicks, bangs, bruises and things that have not been addressed because we just don't have the financial wherewithal to get it done.
Okay.
One of the biggest areas will be in HVAC equipment, with the increases in cost of materials and buying units. Right now, we put out 3 units for bid in the spring to replace 1972 vintage units on the roof of Martin Kellogg. We had about 300,000 in our budget to do that for 3 units. The actual price is going to be about 500,000. So, okay, well, maybe we can do 2 of the 3. And because the money we have in the board CIP account, otherwise that becomes a non-starter.
1972?
I'm sorry?
1972,
Yes.
did you say? Okay.
Yeah, they've been around a while.
And just a quick postscript to that is, during our budget vetting process, we get a lot of submissions and we have them leveled, level 1, 2, and 3. So I cut out virtually anything that's not considered a level 1. In other words, an essential program component. This budget looked a lot bigger before it even came to the board. It was probably 12%. And through that vetting process, we present to the board what we believe to be quite essential.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilor Jacob.
Yeah, like Counselor Tiniakis, I mean, I've got tons of stuff here, but I found there's just 3 I'll just hit. When you made your cuts to conform with the town, one of the biggest things I think I noticed was from education technology, because there had been a 23% increase in your first presentation. Now it's down to 18%, but it still seems like a lot from the last budget, like almost a $382,000 increase. Can you tell me, first of all, why were we able to cut so much? It's like 6%, but yet it still seems like a significant increase.
I can answer. That's for the replacement.
It is for the Chromebook
So
damage.
we had a very extensive discussion about this. It's basically a student will get a new Chromebook in kindergarten, in 5th grade, and in 9th grade. So over their course of here, they're getting 3 new computers. And when they turn in those, they recycle those computers, they turn them in, they have like backups, or they're used for loaners if someone's computer is in disrepair and needs to, get sent out for repair. So what we found was, or what the technology department found was, when those Chromebooks are getting turned in 5th grade and 8th and 9th grade, they're unusable. So they can't, their stockpile of usable equipment is dwindled. So we talked a lot about how we can avoid, because I think it was like they said they want like 70, usually it's like 70% of them are useful for like loaners or whatever, but it was way lower. So we talked about messaging to families, making sure that cases are on, they're not transporting computers or Chromebooks that without a case, so they don't drop it, it's not in their backpack. We talked about, they can put in a ticket for fixing something. He gave an example, like a key could be loose. So if 1st grade, a key comes off, by 5th grade, the whole keyboard's unusable. So trying to figure out a way, and there's a lot going on that we can probably get into later, but trying to figure out a way to keep those laptops in better working order. We cut because we thought it was an excessive amount, but we left, I think it was 90,000 or so to to buy replacements because we need those loaners or new students come in, that kind of thing. So-
And we also have a self-insurance policy, so parents kick in approximately $35 a year to a insurance pool. And that helps us to pay for repairs. When we did an audit of that insurance pool, it was a little higher than we thought, so we pulled out some of the money from the budget because we had some money in that insurance fund that is parent provided. Parent paid.
Okay, thank you. And then I also noticed, it just was a significant, almost 100,000 increase on curriculum and assessment from 292,000 to 391,000. Can you explain? That's significant. It was 34%.
Yes, that is the addition of a new reading program at pre-K and grade 5. The state has done a lot of mandates for reading over the last several years, and we were required to change up our reading program. We had some grant money to offset that last year, but it only carried us so far.
So it's just reading program. And then just one more, and I don't mean this as a, don't take this wrong, but here, you know, we have 10 people here on the town council, and we have a budget of 54,936. And yet the Board of Education budget is 310,000 and $310,800. And I noticed under the Board of Ed budget, there's things like conference, $4,000 for conference, $30,000 for Children's Museum, $135,300 for contracted services, 120,000 for consultants. Can you explain some of that? Because like we, I know we get free water.
It's not for me. It's not me. I'm not going to the museum.
Main drivers in the Board of Ed program are the cost for reimbursing the police department for the SRO, which is somewhere around $125,000.
Is that the consultant? Is that the consultant?
No, it's contract services.
Oh, okay, 135, okay.
Right. We have our primary legal reserve there for all of the litigation surrounding, you know, Board of Ed, you know, disputes over special ed that have to be addressed, and negotiation support from because we now have 5 unions on the Board of Ed side to do that.
But some of the things that seem a little, and to me seem a little, well, I don't know, like $30,000 for the Children's Museum and $4,000 for conferences.
Right. The Children's Museum, actually, it's both museums. It's half and half between the Science Center in Hartford and the Children's Museum in West Hartford. And that takes basically full classes of kids on field trips that are built into our curriculum around the, I don't know exactly which classes are going, but I know like at the Science Center, it's mostly middle school driven, while the Children's Museum is elementary level driven.
Yeah, it's not the Board of Education,
You
like
guys
the
are going
9
on
of
trips.
us, it's the Board of
okay.
Education, like.
Right. It's how they're coded, because I recently had an FOI request and I was actually surprised that our legal fees that we have to have are considered consultants. But that is our legal
That's-
folks.
yeah, That's the classification.
And the same with the conferences, that's not for,
That would be probably a combination of the conferences that we allow teachers to go to and some administrators. Certainly not the board.
Okay.
No, so unfortunately, it's coded in a way that it complies with state mandates, but it doesn't necessarily read very well.
okay, thank you.
Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for being here. I will be brief because prefacing the same way Councilor Tiniakis did, I have quite a few specific questions and we'll have some time to get into those. But just generally, looking at the whole book, some things stood out to me. The first was just picking up on the questions that Councilor Page said. Obviously, we talk a lot about the non-lapsing fund. We did last year. We're going to again this year, I'm sure. And I think there's some confusion maybe at home for folks about what the ideal use of that fund from your perspective actually is. Is it a savings account? Is it a rainy day fund? Is it for ongoing capital needs? Because obviously it's been drawn down over and over again. So what is that ideal use? Can you talk about that a bit?
I mean, I think it's designed to be used for unexpected expenses or for unexpected or expected capital improvements. You know, because we've mutually decided with the town that we didn't want to lay off teachers, we have, or lay off any, you know, staff, valuable staff, we have then leveraged it to lower our ask because of, you know, obviously wanting to work with the town to have a lower mill rate. So I think it was designed more for unexpected expenses. And unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, we've leveraged it in a different way for a good reason. So, you know, that is really kind of the long and short of it.
Understood. A couple other questions. One was about, I see throughout this, obviously we pay for a lot of various subscriptions in our classrooms, whether it's in education technology or elsewhere. Just if you could talk a little bit about what process is reviewed to understand which subscriptions to bring online in any given year. I saw some departments, you know, that's 2 or 3 new subscriptions, and others it's something like 40 new subscriptions. Can you just talk a little bit about why the, you know, differences between those? And
It's driven by curriculum, and I will tell you that a lot of our curriculum now is an online version, or the books are online. So that really changes what you see in the budget from buying books to buying a subscription to a company that provides us with online books. It is helpful that way because they're more modifiable for kids. The reading levels can be adjusted because they're online, but they're not that much cheaper. If not, they're actually typically more expensive than hardcover books. So those are vetted through our curriculum leadership team. They look at what the curriculum requires and whether or not these items support that. We've done a lot of audits over the years and have gotten rid of many subscriptions that were no longer used. You know, some teachers had pet projects they like to use with it, but it wasn't a widespread subscription. So we would eliminate anything that was not widely used. So the vetting process really is aligned to the curriculum, vetted through the leadership team, and making sure it's used to meet the standards and the outcomes that we want for kids.
got it. Got it. And just, I guess, to follow up on that then, so, I mean, I have a lot of subscriptions at home and I want to cancel some of them. So can you, I mean, just talk a little bit about then for those, what did you say?
There's an app for that.
There's an app for that. That's right.
I forget it.
You always get
I
the
don't have a lot of
commercials.
subscriptions at home.
I guess for those subscriptions, then you would say that the subscriptions that are in this book are based on the, you know, role that curriculum played in determining those are necessary improvements to the curriculum. These aren't
That would
bad
be my
projects.
strong opinion, yes.
And we actually asked, because there was a couple specific, like Desmos was talked about last year before, a couple years ago. But now that Building Thinking Classrooms is coming up and it has proven to be good, the Desmos math subscription has gone away, and same with Lexia. I think is, maybe it's still used for tutors, but that's another subscription that we had, like, you know, all elementary school wide, and now that's gone away because of the new reading curriculum that we have. So a lot of it was supplemental. So we talked about a lot of that, specifically subscriptions that have gone away. You may not see it like in the little details in the line item just because there's so many moving pieces, but yeah, they definitely review and make sure that the subscriptions that we have are beneficial to the community. And like Language Line, I think that falls under a subscription.
It does. It does.
So that's, you know, it's not benefiting every single household, but it's definitely benefiting the ones that need it. So it's definitely, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one final question is about, this was something we all discussed as we reviewed the book, is that obviously we see in a lot of cases teachers split out, not between schools, but between the high school, the middle school, and the elementary level.
That is true.
We know that there are teachers teaching multiple subjects, particularly in the middle school and in elementary level. How can we kind of track those individual teachers amongst that kind of thicket of the teachers being split out among departments? For example, 12.1 in English language in the middle school, there are X amount of teachers teaching English language at a middle school, but they're also teaching math, and they're also teaching social studies, and they're also teaching other things. Can you just talk a little bit about this?
So they are split up by the department that they teach in, and at the middle school and at the high school as well, teachers split between different departments. So it's not uncommon at middle level to see someone split between English and language arts and social studies or math and science. There's not a whole lot of purists necessarily at the middle school and at the high school. I'll kick it to Lou in terms of why we do that from a budgetary perspective.
Okay, for elementary and middle school teachers, they're on a proportional split of their time across either 4 or 5 programs. The 5 big programs that are typically called are English or language arts, math, science, social studies, and reading. So those 5 programs are the emphasis of the classroom teacher's work. So if we have 20 classroom teachers at John Patterson School, we know that 20% of those dollars will be, and 20% of their FTE will be charged to the reading program or to the math program. And we have a slightly different percentage mix for the middle school, where the 4 programs, primary programs, will get 22%. And then at that point, the reading program diminishes in minutes during the school day. So that one is only 12%. So we have around 125 teachers at K-8 level that are all just apportioned in that fashion. So I can certainly recreate that
No, that's very helpful.
allocation.
Thank you.
For what you have. When you get up into the higher aspects of middle school, where you have the academies involved and specialized either interventionists or reading specialists, there are individuals that are fully allocated to a certain program because of that. And then it blends over the top. And as you move up into the high school, you do have, you know, decent number of teachers that specialize in different areas by their certification, like a physics teacher. So that person is going to be teaching science all the time. They don't have a high school level English certification to fall back on. So that really pushes the allocation calculations that are out there. There is no special formulas that are used to, put 250 people together and everybody gets 5% of it. It's not, it's much more focused on where the people are teaching, because the allocation is driven on where staffing assignments are. So if there's only 16 classroom teachers at Elizabeth Green, while there's 22 over at John Patterson, there will be a difference that you would see in the dollars, but it will be proportional for them. So, and that certainly can be regenerated into a different format for just looking at it.
We can make reports that would say X amount of teachers in the high school, middle school, we can do that.
That's always great. What you said was very helpful.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Diakis?
I'm so sorry, you guys, you piqued my interest. And I had another question.
Glad we're interesting.
For this insurance fund that you were talking about for the Chromebooks, like where would I find that in this packet? Like what line item would that be under?
Okay. The answer is you won't find it in that
It's
package.
not here.
It's a town fund that was established maybe 6-7 years ago, specifically to collect the insurance premiums that we assign for families participating in the program. So they cut a $50 check to the school district or to the town, that will be deposited into the insurance reserve for Chromebooks. That money accumulates. It's typically very front end loaded, where 95% of the receipts are, August, September, early October, and then they only dribble in the rest of the year. And then typically it buys replacement Chromebooks for ones that are damaged. They buy replacement cases for those to make sure the new equipment coming in is able to be protected as they're handing those out to kids. And it kind of ebbs and flows every year, depends on how significant the supplemental replacement units. When we first started the replacement program, it was based on a 4-year life cycle for the Chromebooks. We're seeing now that we're finishing our second full generation of that, going really closer to 3.5 years is what the realistic expected life is. So that just means we've got to buy more sooner, whether we like to or not. And that's where it's putting the pressure on it. But that becomes the first draw of money to supplement the inventory of Chromebooks for all the students from the insurance reserve. And then the anything remaining, or if we feel it's necessary to acquire extra, we'll go back to the operating budget for that.
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, earlier you mentioned that having our own fleet of buses saves the town hundreds of dollars. That's awesome. I love that. Can we get that data that you were talking about? Yeah, like that
We
would
have an
be lovely.
analysis that we
Yeah.
prepared, so we'll send that along.
Thank you. I'm good.
Thank you, Councilor Jacob.
It's not a question, it's just maybe a request or suggestion. I find it difficult to do a budget or whatever if I can't see what was actually spent. Not the appropriated, but was actually spent. In the town budget, and I know because of the timing, you know, we're not gonna get it for this year, whatever, but at least in the town budget, we have a column for the prior, like 2023, 2024 actions. Then we have the 2024, 25 originals revised. But here, we have what, in your budget, we have what's appropriated, but we don't really know what was actually spent. And I know you can't do it for the, but you can do it for the year before. Because really, it's hard for us to know, okay, you know, $550,000 was requested or appropriated, but was it really actually spent? And
Yeah, we would have to put that back together in a coherent fashion. If there was a request to analyze information in that fashion. One of the things we have noticed is, since we have the reliance on the non-lapsing fund now, we're generating some really big variances because the process of moving money to the non-lapsing fund is taking expenditures off the Board of Ed operating budget and moving them against the non-lapsing fund. So if we move $1 million of salaries to non-lapsing, there will be big holes in different places that are there. And you won't necessarily have any consistency of looking at variances year to year because of the decision-making surrounding how we have to utilize the non-lapsing, but we're not used to coming into play a lot. And we're up to $2.5 million, $3 million now.
but I'm sure that doesn't, you know, hit every line item. And in terms of, like, for us, when something's transferred between accounts, whatever, we do have a column for that to make the variances from what was appropriated to what was, you know, the revised. But particularly what concerns me is with the Board of Ed budgeting, because the state mandates, it's very, you can't go backwards and reduce, you know, the budget. So if we don't know what was actually spent, and yet we just keep, you know, increasing, you see, I don't feel like I'm being, you know, able to accurately assess the budget. So just for next year, if there's a way that maybe you can possibly make that, thank you.
Yeah, making a note.
Thank you.
Any other councilor questions?
Just want to make one more comment if I may.
Sure.
The earlier question about the 4 new staff. I do want to make sure folks know that all of those have offsets. So pre-K position will have an offset with tuition. The bilingual teacher, we're reducing some bilingual tutors. The e-green teacher will be offset by some of our open choice revenues. And the school psychologist is offset by a $50,000 contracted service fee that's a service account that's already in the budget. So none of these are 100% funded by this budget. They're already offset by different factors. Just want to put that out there as a consideration.
Can we get a copy of these slides? I didn't.
Absolutely.
My packet.
You will absolutely get a copy of those updated slides.
Thank you.
And we will put together like a list of
Please.
real technical questions, and we'll get those to you as soon as we can.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
And once again, thank you for the opportunity and for all your good questions. We look forward to getting them and responding as quickly as possible.
Thank you guys for hanging out.
Thank you
with
very
us.
much.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Appreciate it.
All right. We will move on to item C, general government. And I believe you are up, sir.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't have a presentation per se, so I thought
That's not fair.
yeah, so, you know, I think probably in talking about it with Janet, I guess how the way it's been done in the past is council just goes through, we'll start with general government, ask me questions, and we'll have an open discussion.
Very good.
I mean, I think the one takeaway overall, general government is down, I think, negative 0.7%. So there's I think that broadly, that category is going in the
That's
right
section
direction.
110.
Yeah.
I labeled them.
Counselor Macon.
Oh, sorry, my
Oh,
computer.
yeah, you're in up there.
Sorry.
So we're starting code 0110. I really only one question I have on this page, just, it's not related. It's, so in the section of dues and subscriptions, 44,054. Is that like our membership to CROG?
I'm sorry, you're saying about the town council?
Yeah, the town council. Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, and CCM and like all of, okay, we're not in cost, right? I don't think so, all right. Yeah.
We're not.
Okay, that's what I figured. That was my only question. Councilor Pacheco.
I'm just curious, under public notification, there was. a
Sorry,
significant
because there's multiple. Can you tell me what object code you're talking about?
0110, town council, under professionals, 8201. There was a jump, almost a.
Yeah, I think that was related to the referendum.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just. Thank you.
Answer questions on this one? All right. So we're on to 0120, town manager,
I have a question on,
Councilor Macon.
on, on 8202 dues and subscriptions. What was the increase for?
Yeah.
Okay, there were, increase the Connecticut Town and City Managers Association.
Oh, can you come, if you hear, yeah, I got you up here. I got it. I was trying to get you up there. Sorry. I know.
I really,
Yeah, we gotta-
we go through page by page, it's gonna be easier than jumping all over the place. It's gonna be.
Yeah, yeah. We just go page at a time, yeah.
I've got the details, Jonathan, so if they need, and then that will go through it. But it looks like it's the Connecticut Town and City Managers Association increased the dues on that. The ICMA membership dues for the town manager and the assistant town manager. So now we've got two,
Oh, yeah.
and there were 3 new dues to CCM, to Connecticut Prima, and to Helra, if I say that right.
Who?
I'm not sure what that is.
It's the employment labor relations. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, just moving right down to 8204, conferences, meetings and trainings. I see there's about a $1,000.
Yeah, so that would be for Lauren to attend the ICMA conference in Florida next year.
We're going along.
Yeah, we gotta
But
go.
I think the key thing, I mean, I just to highlight the big numbers here, is there's the reduction of 52,009, basically $53,000. And that's from the elimination of the Director of Administrative Services position. So that's the big headline of the town manager's budget. I think in elevating Lauren, there are some incidental costs that go along with that for dues and subscriptions and a conference here or there. And then the other adjustments here are just adjusting for actual expenses. And, that we go up in dues and subscriptions, but we go down, we can reduce our consultants and special contractors based on, just based on historical trends.
Oh, yeah. Any questions on this page? All right. Move on to courts. Questions on the probate court? It doesn't look like, that seems like a. Nope.
Oh, I got one.
Counselor Tiniakis does.
Yeah, It's a low amount, but can you just rationalize why we pay 5% more than the surrounding areas?
For the probate court,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I don't see, the
That's-
probate court was flat.
Population, right?
Yeah.
We pay according to our grant list.
But
We share it with other towns.
but what was the question?
We
That
pay
why we
5%
pay
more.
Yeah, we pay
5% more than
5%
other
more.
Oh,
towns.
yeah.
So
Is it
just
based
put
on
off the grant
population?
list alone?
Yeah.
Do we reassess that then? So if our grant
We
list
do.
goes down?
Every year we come out with our grand list and the 3 towns put it together. And the probate court gets that information and splits it based on what our grand list is.
It was a discount for having the probate judge from our town and the court in our town. Very good. Moving on to elections, 0140.
I mean, I would just point out with this, you know, you know, there are concerns, and I don't think they're illegitimate concerns expressed by the registrars of voters, that with the impact of the early voting has put a burden on registrars. Generally speaking, our registrars are paid below what some other communities are being paid. This budget does not propose any more than a 2% increase for those, for those stipends. There is some money for a, you know, an additional sort of a bonus in there. But it is true that I think as time goes on and these burdens of early election, early voting become more burdensome, and you know, other communities in our area start to increase the hourly rate wages, you know, it could put us at a competitive disadvantage. But at this point, given all the pressures in this budget, I didn't move forward with a increase beyond that 2%. There's also, in addition, there's all these unfunded mandates coming down the pike. We need new tabulators. There's more trainings that all of our election officials have to go to. All of these cost money. So I think it's like $29,000 in unfunded mandates here.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on 8212 equipment maintenance, I assume that's like tabulator maintenance?
That's the tabulators. So, yeah, there's that 55,000 for tabulators, and then somewhere else under the, is it one of the other lines, the equipment maintenance, there's also somewhere for other contractual services, I think includes 1,200 for tabulator maintenance too. So there's, you know, $7,000 basically. And
So I'm sorry, both are for tabulator maintenance?
say it again?
Both are for tabulator maintenance?
Yeah, there's embedded within, I think it's within other contractual services. There's another $1,200 for tabular maintenance.
There's programming and binding for, has, I think some of it.
No, was that what it
Yep,
was?
yep,
Okay,
yep,
that
I've
you're
got all the-
correct. Yeah, you're
That
correct.
has it for, basically it's for programming of the tabulators.
Yeah, understood. Okay.
Twice, for 2 elections, 1,200 apiece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just on this issue with the elections and all the work that these fine people do, I think I can speak for all of us that this is probably the most important thing at the core of our democracy. And I think we need to take a close look at how we're supporting these fine folks and that they have the materials and they have the equipment and the technology and they themselves are supported. So yeah, let's do that. Thank you.
Counselor Manky.
I just think about it. The salary increase is at 2%, you said?
Correct.
2%, and you arrived at that how?
Well, that's just the general assumption that we have for part-time workers, 2%.
I did see a memo just recently about what other places are
Yep.
giving, and did you look at that memo?
Yes. I have a copy of it somewhere. And so, yeah, so our registrars before the stipend is 33,000. The assistant registrars are 12,200. Again, there is money in there for additional bonus, but yeah, compared to, you know, if you look at our size, I mean, South Windsor is $43,000 a year, so they're a good, you know, $10,000 more than us. Weathersfield's 36,000, they're slightly ahead of us, but you know, Farmington's ahead of us, West Hartford's ahead of us. But you know, some other communities are lower. I think it's something to keep an eye on. I mean, at the end of the day, I think you're right, Mitch. Like, you know, they are the backup. Teresa and Jenny are the backbone, and as well as Hannah and Marissa, their assistants are the backbone of our democracy, and we can't forget that. But I think I don't think there even is a but. They are. I think, but again, it goes back to my original point. We're playing with finite resources, and how to allocate them is always a challenge.
Councilor Drago?
Just to follow up on that, so there are, discretionary funds, I don't know from where, should you decide to, at least this year, give a bonus for some particular.
Yeah, there was a bonus given after the last election. I did authorize a bonus, but that was also paid for with a state grant, and that grant unfortunately has gone away. So there is a request for an additional $3,000 for to sort of make up for that loss of state funding that would be used to augment their stipends.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Nagel?
I just wanted to know if the equipment maintenance and the buying of different equipment that's needed for this process is going to continue to rise? Or is this an anomaly since it's the first time major changes have gone into how we vote?
I mean, I could speculate that it will just continue to be a problem. I mean, I could ask Teresa and Jenny to follow up with a written answer to that question.
I'm assuming also that there's unfunded mandates that will come with those different kinds of things.
Correct.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't have a question necessarily on this, but I do have a comment. I think, obviously, I mean, we've heard a lot about unfunded mandates, and unfortunately, early voting is an unfunded mandate. I mean, you guys have had to work tremendously more than you did in any previous year, and I think I understand that resources are finite, but I would really like to see if there's a way we can at least make us competitive regionally. I don't like hearing that we're lower than West Hartford, lower than Weathersfield. You didn't say Rocky Hill.
Yeah, I mean, but I mean,
I'd like to.
the memo that Teresa and Jenny sent you guys lays it out.
Yeah.
And as I said, the stipend for registrar is 33,000 plus this additional money for bonuses, and for assistant registrars, it's 12,200. So it's not totally out of whack with what else is there. I think it's something to keep an eye on. I think it's easy for me to say this in my position, but I think a measure of it as well is, and I hate to say it, put it in these kind of terms, but it is the backbone of our democracy. And I think that it's easy for me to say this, but the folks that are working at the polls, not necessarily the registrar and the assistant registrar, are probably doing it out of a love of democracy and love of the country.
Sure.
And I don't know that they're motivated by money. Now, it's easy for me to say.
Sure.
But I think what will be instructive as we move forward is to see if we're having trouble attracting and retaining poll workers because of how we're paying folks. I'm not convinced there's a problem right now.
Okay.
But I think this memo that Jenny and Teresa sent you lays out the concerns pretty well.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions on this, councilors? All right. Move on to finance. 015, the first one is 0151.
Yeah, and the headline there is the basically 6 months of funding for a new deputy director to shadow Lisa, who will be retiring in the next 12 months.
All right, 0152.
Down there, so that's.
Yeah, we're down there. That's good.
Yeah.
What's the reason for the decrease?
This is assessor's office.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is, you're seeing the decrease here in salary. You're gonna see it in a lot of them because they predominantly have new union members in there. And there's been no decision. We haven't settled that contract. So their rates are still in the budget at the July 1st, 2023 rate. They haven't gotten raised this year. And so it's not reflected in here, and the one for next year isn't in here either.
Very good. Any questions? All right, 0153. Board of Assessment Appeals. No questions there? And class. 0154. Revenue collector. That's down too.
And that's just bringing budget levels up with actuals for the elderly tax relief.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a question. I know we're always looking to reduce our budget and save our residents tax increases, obviously, but with the 8224 elderly tax relief program, I have some concern that if I'm reading it correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's being underutilized. I don't know if that's a measure of underutilization.
Well, you know, I don't know about underutilized.
That's why I
Yeah.
caught myself.
I will say this, our assessor has been, our new assessor, Danielle, who's doing a fantastic job, has been very active with the senior center. And she had I think, as I understand it, I got a lot of really positive feedback from the senior center about the presentation she gave. So from a budget standpoint, obviously I like to see the expense go down, but as far as a matter of public policy, we may get bitten a little bit by that line item next.
But
Well, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
That's right. And that's one I think we agree. We want to see
Yeah,
our
it's not a bad thing.
seniors benefit from that.
Yeah.
If we can promote that and encourage it as well with our veterans. We're not there yet, I don't think, but I'd like to see any of those advantages that
So just to give
people
you a
take
little
advantage of
history,
it too.
the highest we've been was when we advertised last year, and there was a big push last year, if you remember when Fauna was here, big push. She went over to the senior center, she put out a lot of things, and we only got to 497.
Okay, yeah.
So when we were doing this, when I was doing this with Danielle, we thought, okay, reducing it just a little to 538 still gives you a little wiggle room. It gives you, about 40,000 if we should get more people. But there was a huge push last year where it was in the rare reminder.
We appreciate that.
It was at the senior center. Danielle's going more to do more in-person ones, which I think is great,
That's great.
which could use up that money, but it still gives us a good
It's a
$40,000 cushion.
Thank you.
Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one question, 8205. I also had the question about elderly tax relief, but 8205 postage and shipping. We talked about this last year too. And I know that I have to make this comment with some caution, right? Because a lot of people need their paper physical bills. And I know there are also a lot of people who could benefit from a virtual system of some kind without receiving a paper bill whatsoever. And so just again, I'll ask, has there been any exploration about cost savings in that area when it comes to offloading some of those costs and not sending some folks paper bills if they opt out of it?
Tax offices, I did talk to the revenue collector about this. They're not there. None of the tax offices in Connecticut are to the point where they want everything electric. They do make it
Not
available to
everything,
you.
but
They make it available to you before the tax bills go out. So you could go in early and look at them, but they don't rely on them. Because half the people then will say, well, you never sent me a tax bill.
Right.
So I didn't pay it. You can't penalize me. Well, we can and we will. And that just, I think, creates, by statute, yeah, you can. And that creates a lot of angst. So I did ask her if she would talk to her, and they all go.
got it. I'll keep asking, but got
Yes,
it. Thank
I
you.
did ask her though.
Thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Any other questions on this one? Okay. Move to 0155 auditing.
And that's just a contractual increase of last year of the audit contract.
Okay. Any questions? 0157 purchasing. That's down. Good. Town attorney, 0160. Dr. Maggie?
Can we get a report of how much we spent so far from the town attorney?
Sure.
And why is it down 35,000?
So that, well, it's more that it's up, it's down off of the revised budget.
Right.
Janet, correct me if I'm wrong, the Jared's cost for the labor attorney stuff is in a separate.
No,
category.
that's
That's here too?
That's what it is.
That's
So
in
it's,
here. and he's negotiating two
Yeah,
contracts.
so it's the
we won't have
Teamsters
that
and the
next
AFSCME
Okay,
contract.
so
Yeah.
both the labor attorney and the town, okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So can we get the cost of the town attorneys broken out then by labor and town, they were both,
There, yeah, I should be able to pull that out.
okay, thank you. That makes sense then.
So it looks like we're down, correct, from previous year, and what we spent on attorney fees?
We had a settlement in the previous year too, that was
Okay.
under attorney's.
Oh,
fees.
okay, and that goes in there, okay. Very good. Any other questions?
So settlement fees would come out of here too.
It did last year, yes.
Very good. All right. Move on to 0170. Town clerk. Questions? Down overall, so that's good. Questions? All right, very good. Go on to 0180. Personnel, general government. Council Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question, 8217 consultants and special contractor. It says here that there's a change reflecting rising costs of employee recruitment, but we see a reduction between the revised and the proposal. So can you just talk a little bit about that, John?
Yeah, so I mean, the one of the reasons for the rise in the consultant fees is just the onboarding process, like the background checks for the police in particular. Janet, what was the rationale for bringing this back down to 42? I mean, it's still higher than the
It's still
adopted.
higher than the budget.
Yeah,
But now that you've got, I mean, you just heard from the chief that we're hopefully 3 short. We shouldn't have to have as much testing
yeah.
next year. And that was the money that we transferred in. That's the revised amount.
Okay.
And the testing for the polygraphs and the police are
Yeah.
very expensive.
I imagine.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to 0191 facilities management. Councilor Draco.
I noticed there's nothing about OFI, or does it mention?
OFI is under, it's under CIP. Yeah, we'll talk about that on Saturday.
All right.
Just an observation about the insane increase in utilities costs.
Sure. Yeah.
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 And that's just half, I mean, then you also have an equal increase for traffic signal, so it's not just there.
Yeah, it's across the board.
And we are doing, we're starting to do, because Joe had mentioned it, he doesn't really see the utility bills. We're setting up a spreadsheet in a shared drive so he can see them, the usage and the rates, so we can better predict. This year, we're in the hole.
Yeah.
And he wasn't seeing all that, and so now we're sharing it to make sure if we could leverage some other way.
That's
we will.
great. Thank you.
0195, general services. It's down also. 0197, information technology.
And I gotta just give a shout out to Scott Charlo. I mean, particularly in that middle category of, I guess, professional services that you see like declines across the board. Scott is great at just going through contracts, whether it's with our website vendor, Verizon, Munis, which are our financial software, and just finding, looking at the contract and reconciling it to the services we have and finding $1,000 here, $500 there, very diligent. So that's all a credit to Scott. And another point, which is I think made in the narrative here, but there's $44,000 in personnel savings here. Scott has agreed to hold the open network analyst specialist position vacant until January 1st. We're bringing on a new GIS person now, or we're advertising for one, but he's willing to hold that network specialist open for another 6 months. So he was very flexible with this.
And just to give you an idea, with Munis, he was mentioning, Scott went back, because he was in Bloomfield and found it was much cheaper there. Why wasn't it as cheap for us? He went back and he negotiated And he reduced it by 45,600. And
Fantastic.
that's under equipment maintenance. So all those other subscriptions and programs that had increases, all being offset by
Offset.
the savings that he ended up.
Great job,
negotiating.
great job, Scott.
MVP, Scott.
Counselor Page.
Thanks, Mayor. Just one quick question going back to revenue. I know you talked about the increase in permits and fees. You're comfortable that that's a sort of market rate and that we're yielding as much as we can from that without being burdensome?
Yeah, no, and so what I'll do, hopefully at the next meeting under new business, I'll have some analysis so you can see where we are and where we could be compared to Rocky Hill, Berlin, Weathersfield, et cetera.
Because we want to be competitive, but we want to,
We want to be,
Get as much
we want to be in
juice
the
as we
50th percentile. Yes, yes, yeah.
Counselor Draco.
Yes, under, yeah, we're still on information technology, right?
Yeah, sorry, I jumped around.
Oh, yeah.
Is any of this for coming calendar year, does this include, the town website redesign or?
No, I mean, to the extent to which there's money for that, that would be under other contractual services. So we pay a, licensing fee to Civic Plus. And they're, assisting with it. But I'm not proposing that we hire a consultant beyond what we already have, the contract we already have with Civic Plus to redesign. So it's.
That's assumed that if the work will continue under
Correct.
this budget.
Correct, yeah.
Any other questions? All right. We're moving on to item D, public safety. First up is police. 0211.
Yeah, and I mean, I would just to tee it up, because this is our single largest department. And 90% of the police increase, and the police increase is $541,000 all overall, 90% of that is due to personnel costs. So, those are primarily contractual personnel costs. I think the big ticket items here are the LPR, the $62,000, and that's embedded. Not sure what line item it's embedded in, but to get to the license fee for and maintenance fee for the LPR with Flock, this new vendor, is $62,000, but that would get the system operating and allow us to, I can see that
That's 8202 under police department patrol visit, police patrol.
sorry, I jumped ahead.
Number are you looking at?
Dues and subscriptions.
No, this would be under,
Code 0211.
my bad, I should have.
0212.
Looking at 212.
Okay, before we move on to 212, any questions about 0211?
Yeah, sorry, let's go through one by one. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead.
I think the same question is about dues and subscriptions. It seems to be an ongoing thing that we've been noticing.
Well, so I think
Jumps.
the dues and subscriptions, correct me if I'm wrong, chief, but that's primarily for that new training software that like the dispatch and the
Time.
off.
It's the time.
Oh, yeah, the time. That's right. That's what it was. Explain that, Janet,
For scheduling and payroll, the new software.
That's that
And
in
that was
time.
In time, yeah.
16,536.
and that's been going pretty well, right, chief? Yeah.
So we already have the software.
Correct.
I understand.
Any other questions for 0211?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah,
I think
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just curious, there was a pretty significant decrease, which was fine under technical equipment. That's line 8402.
8302.
8302.
402.
8402. Is this under?
I think you're
Still
on,
under the first one?
Yeah, under 0212.
We're on
Still
0212.
on one.
Sorry.
Now we're on 0212.
So that was for, I'm sorry, you said 8402. Okay, the technical equipment, and that was due to less need for citation printers and modems and antennas in patrol cars.
That
So
was
that
a
was-
one-time expense last
Yeah.
year.
That was,
Oh,
yeah,
oh,
we put,
that was
yeah, we
for
put
the-
with ARPA, right? Yeah. Because they're on the cars now, right?
Okay, so-
Love that.
Oh, 213.
Oh, wait a minute, that brings us back to the.
Sorry.
8202.
Yeah, so that's the
55.
Fox
That's
subscription,
That's
right?
the license readers,
Right, right, chief, under, patrol, dues and subscriptions, that 55,600, that's the flock subscription. So for the LPR system.
And is this a one-time reader? One-time reader?
No, this would be an
One-time cost?
No, it's
Or
an
is it
ongoing,
ongoing?
it's an ongoing, yeah.
Any other questions on that one? 0213. Application. The salary, is that just due to attrition? I know, yeah, Detective James retired.
Gail's got something.
Oh, Counselor Jacob, sorry.
Yeah, under overtime, this is one where it seemed like three different amounts and three different columns. Like for the revised budget, I guess, we didn't do anything, 93,826. Then you requested less, 58,284, but then the manager bumped it up to 73, what's going on here with overtime?
Chief, you remember this one?
This was a reduction of overtime for the position. This was the one I actually fixed for you.
Wait, remind me?
There was a position, he was looking at an additional position.
Oh, the administrative sergeant position. Okay, yeah. So originally the chief had requested an administrative sergeant position under full-time salaries. I sort of agree, we could maybe look at it again in 6 months. And, once we start to do budget revisions in, January 2026. But by not having an administrative sergeant, you'll increase your overtime accordingly. So.
We'll move on to
Just one.
Counselor Floyd.
Just in the full-time salaries as well, what portion of that is contractual and what portion of it is the admin secretary upgrade?
Well, the admin, this admin sergeant, it's a uniform position.
Okay.
So within investigation chief, there might be some, well, everybody one way or another is covered by a contract except for the chief and our ACO, our animal control officer in the police department. So, it's just that tiny, it's 3%, across the borders. I'm making up a number, Matt, but it's a tiny
Very
amount
close
that's
to
not,
3%.
yeah.
Understood.
Yeah.
Any question? 0214. So traffic. Any questions?
I got that.
All right. 0215. Police communications. Counselor Fate?
That increase in salaries for what position? Or is that?
Yeah, so there's sort of two, this is for the dispatch, so there's some backstory here that predates me, but I guess a year or two ago, there was the new breastfeeding law that passed. And in order to make sure that we had adequate coverage, Chief, correct me if I'm characterizing this correctly, to make sure we had proper levels of coverage to comply with that law, we had to hire basically outside of the budget cycle, a new dispatcher. So we have 9 dispatchers. That wasn't reflected in the adopted budget or the revised budget, but it's basically has to be
That's for coverage
reflected
to
here.
accommodate the person.
Correct. We went
Yeah.
from an 8 dispatcher schedule to a 9 dispatcher schedule because the midnight dispatcher worked independently.
Gotcha.
And because the pump law was implemented, we would have had to have covered any break that they had, which would be up to 3 times per shift.
Okay.
So you'd have to, and it does show a reduction in overtime as well for the other.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
So now we have 2.
2 on midnight, correct? All done.
Good, that makes sense.
Counselor Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. It's just 8302. I guess tonight is the night of the iPads discussion, but I see this is due to a need for 3 iPads. Those are pretty expensive iPads. Can you just talk a little bit about how that cost breaks down between each device, or maybe there's something else in there?
The iPads we were talking to you about, the IT.
That's the one for the dispatch center, correct? So it was part of the dispatch furniture upgrade program, and those iPads were used to basically work the dispatch furniture.
Okay.
So they can do heating, they can do cooling, raise, lower, they can set their preferences, they can change the lighting. So it was part of that dispatch furniture upgrade.
And there are only 3 of them?
There's 3 dispatch consoles, correct?
Okay, so only 3 iPads.
Yes.
And they're 1,299 apiece.
Okay.
So 217, police education and training. Imagine the increases due to all the hiring we've been doing. Any questions?
Just
Councilor Mangus?
8202, uses of subscriptions.
Is that the one about the new software for the training for the dispatchers and the officers?
Power DMS,
Is that what it's called?
I believe that's what that is.
Telepartner, online training,
Well, that's the dispatch training, correct?
Yeah, it's a software upgrade, yeah.
and then software program to monitor certificate requirements for officers, 2 new ones. It's on 8202 or 217. So keep going, you got it in 217. And 213.
So, yeah, so that's the CertAssist program, and that tracks training records for all officers so they can assure that they meet the qualifications for the 3-year certification cycle. So it's, again, we used to do it manually. We used our own spreadsheets and paper documentation. Now CertAssist, it's all uploaded directly from the instructors or from post directly. So it just streamlines that process of collecting the credits that they're getting towards their 3-year certification period.
Thanks. 0218. Councilor Draco?
Just curious, it's not on the actual budget page, but under your objectives for 2025, 2026 operations, it says to continue to manage accreditation program while progressing towards state tier 3 accreditation. What does that mean and what will that do for us as a department?
So the accreditation standard is set by the state. And so they started off at 1, and then you had to progress all the way up to tier 3. And what that does is just make sure that your department is fulfilling the requirements sustained by state accreditation mandate. So that could be, your department policies, how the facility is managed, how the cruisers are managed, the training requirements. So the state mandated that all departments adhere. If you weren't part of CALIA, then you had to be part of the state accreditation system. So what that does is it just makes sure that we are in compliance and all of our mandates are universal throughout the state. They come in, they do inspections to make sure that all of our policies are good. We provide proofs to them. They come in, they sign off on it. It goes over the course of about 3 years. So we have transitioned from 3 and now we're going through our 2nd tier inspection. And then next year we will do our top tier 1 inspection. And that just makes sure that we're up to the state mandate for accreditation.
Deputy Murata?
Yeah, 8302 technical supplies went up from 600 to 5,600, and I'm looking in here under the commentary, and that is just the increased push that you were talking about in terms of reaching out to as many.
Correct. It's a recruiting
venues
tool.
as
So
possible
this is promotional material, whether it's Frisbees or it's, those little the little things you slap around your wrist, whether that's for kids or it's for high school kids or it's for college kids, community building plus recruiting.
Okay, thanks.
Is that like the glow sticks that we had on Halloween?
Absolutely. Those are big hit. They were a big hit.
Yeah, kids took 'em. 0220, police vehicles.
There's no change, but I just have a very quick question for you. Sure. For you, Jonathan, and you, Chief. Just about, obviously, you depend on the highway department to maintain a lot of the fleet. So, what portion of your vehicles does this portion of your budget cover? Are these just immediate, quick needs, or what is this for?
So these are generally just the keeping them professional looking. It's the subscriptions we have to the 2 car wash services in town. If there is detailing that needs to be done, you know, they spend a lot of time in these cruisers, they get filthy. So we try to have them detailed at least once a year, preferably twice a year. So all that expense just comes into keeping them looking clean, keep them professional. And the car wash fees are the lion's share of that.
And so, just so I'm clear, so the actual cost of maintaining the fleet, you know, changing oil, changing carburetors and all the real stuff, that's reflected in the highway budget.
Right. So this is all cosmetic.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Next is 0222, animal control.
So one of the things that you'll see a big increase here is because we used to have a joint contract with Weathersfield that when I first started in discussions with the chief and our ACO, it was pretty clear that that was unworkable. That she was covering, our ACO was covering way too broad, way too large a coverage area. And it just wasn't, even though it was a nice financially, it was a good deal for us to share that cost with Weathersfield. It was almost creating a dangerous situation. So we had to terminate that intermunicipal agreement. So what you're seeing here is simply the fact that we're no longer sharing that cost 50-50.
We had talked about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Any questions on that?
So this is a full year salary then?
Correct, yeah.
All right. You guys are all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Thank you
Very much.
You too.
Thanks.
All right, next is fire department. 231. 231.
Yeah, but. Yep. If you could sit in the front. No, well, at this point, as I outlined, the request is for, my request for the budget is for the questions to be,
But the commission submits the budget, so if there's any commissions, the commission can answer them along with the janitor. At least that's how we've done it in the past, so.
okay.
We're going to direct our questions to John.
0231. Any questions from counselors on this one? Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we just talk a little bit about the paper call? We've talked about this a bit. We had to do some adjustments. Can you just talk about that a bit, Jonathan? Those increases throughout what that looks like, where we are with that?
Yeah, so I mean, anytime an officer, a firefighter goes out on a call, they get, depends on, I think what level they are. I think it's $20 per call for a frontline firefighter, and then it goes up if you are, depending on what your rank is. But it's certainly not, I think what the key thing is, this is not a huge amount of money. It's a recognition that these people are putting, their life on their line. They're spending time away from their family to respond to calls. We did put in, or the fire department did put in a new software system that tracks those calls. We did have a conversation, I thought a really interesting conversation with the chief about whether, and as well as Craig Stegmeyer, about whether maybe there could be a correlation between that new software system, maybe overcounting paper calls. But I think we got a real good assurance that the software was being properly audited and was being properly followed. I think what you're seeing is, it's important that the fire, for obvious reasons, this is basic, it's important that anybody who's able to respond to a call that is getting on those calls is, you know, because it's a small cost for the town to have as robust a turnout as possible. So, I mean, I think what you're just seeing is for years, and I don't know how many years, but for years, we're simply under budget. And, you know, in talking to Janet and the chief, it became clear, like, hey, let's bring this up to a level that just reflects how these calls work.
Thank you, so.
Any other questions on 0331? 0232. Yeah, that fringe benefits, that's the pay per call. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I
yeah.
thought. It made the most sense. Just wanted to make sure.
And then there's a big increase too on technical equipment, and that's for engine 2 that's
Okay.
coming. And the chief and I also spoke. You know, it's $110,000. Chief provided a very detailed list of, you know, everything that needs to go into the outfitting of that apparatus. You know, I pleaded and begged with him, is there something you can cut? Is there any nice to haves as opposed to need to haves? He assured me there weren't. I'm happy to provide that list that Chief Traumer provided to council, so you can kind of see what goes into that 110,000, but it was a very detailed list.
So is this like gear that goes in?
Yeah, it's everything from the radios to the hoses to the, you know,
We've talked about that. Counselor Draco?
I'm trying to figure out here. When there's a fire, and during the day in particular, when we can't cover it with our own volunteers and another, like West Hartford comes, we reimburse the other department, correct?
I do not believe we do. No,
don't?
no, yeah, that's mutual aid.
We go to help other towns also.
It all comes out in the wash. The aid that we give is equal to the love we give is equal to the love that we receive.
There's a song.
There's a song.
Okay, thanks.
Counselor Floyd?
Thank you. 8217 Consultants and Special Contractor. What is that for?
Sorry, what was line?
8217.
217. Oh, yeah, the physical. So the National Fire Prevention Association has standards for physicals, and it's just bringing that into line with the physicals that will be needed for moving forward.
Okay. And then just,
The new mandate this year is that every firefighter has an annual physical. They also have, you have to have 2 chest X-rays now for cancer prevention. That's part of the cancer relief bill that the state put out. So that's part of it.
thank you, Chief. And then,
That's why the increase.
and then just 8310, other materials. This is not, the increase there is not important, but I just forget if you could talk a little bit about
8310.
8310.
Which number are you under then?
232.
232. Other materials? Under material and supplies?
Is that
The increase isn't important to me. I'm just wondering what obviously in
is it?
23, 24, we spent a hell of a lot less. Why did we come up to this higher number last year? Can you just remind us why we did that?
Public safety picnic.
So last year we increased it. We put more money into our annual budget, our annual banquet, I apologize. And we also did a public safety picnic with the police department. Same thing this year. We're doing it with police, fire, and EMS. That's what the increase was.
Thank you.
Real quick, and Deputy Mayor, this is real quick here, but I'm curious, how many firefighters have we increased from last year to this year? And I know you guys are constantly bringing in people. What's our, like,
We increased by about 10 members.
10 members?
So we actually have 8 in the pipeline right now.
And how many in the pipeline?
Eight.
Awesome.
Deputy
We're
Mayor
about
Rao,
110,
110?
just about 110 right now.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I'm not complaining because this is a decrease in, it's 8214 motor vehicle maintenance. Went from 17 grand down to 12.
Yeah, so what the motor vehicle maintenance is anything that the highway garage doesn't do, like oil changes, like tires, that type of stuff. We have to add something to one of our vehicles, whether it be a light, whether it be something, sun visor, whatever it may be, we have to pay for that.
Okay.
The highway garage doesn't pay for that. Plus,
In prior years, you had undercoating and stuff
Correct.
done on your
Oh,
vehicles.
okay.
And we actually have a repair, we have to do a repair to one of our parts this year, that's why that's where it's still, but we'll probably be reducing it in the year going forward.
Okay, thanks.
232. 233. Fire prevention, that one's down.
All down.
You guys are comfortable with those decreases?
Yeah, so this fire prevention is anything that we do for the school systems, we do community engagement, that type of stuff. We go out, these are hats, these are all that type of stuff that we hand out. At community events. Yeah, we're comfortable with that.
Thank you. Move on to 234. Fire training.
You'll see a slight decrease in dues and subscriptions there. That's because we have more instructors now. So there's actually fees to be able to have their license.
Well, you're being consistent with every other department, it seems.
Yeah,
So,
everyone's.
It's due to more instructors.
Right. We gotta get that app, that rackets in there. Whatever.
Any other questions? 235.
down.
Fire stations, down.
Yeah, most of this is building and equipment, building maintenance, building improvements. We've done a pretty good job of keeping and maintaining our buildings. So that's why you'll see a decrease in this year's budget for that line.
Maybe a different time because
For sure, yeah.
they can
everything.
go up. They can go down.
Questions on that one? All right, move on to 238, fire marshal. Any questions on this from councilors?
I'm just assuming there's a need for the deputy fire marshals and the fire per diem. Are we seeing that there's a large need for that?
There's a need for the what?
The two part-time deputy fire marshals and the 5 per diem fire inspectors.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, certainly. I mean, so there are fire marshals have to inspect every single commercial building. And so I think what you're gonna, the challenge here, DJ actually requested an additional, like more hours that we had to cut back on. I think the concern is you have 5 or 6 or however many new apartment buildings coming online, that's going to ramp up the need for those fire inspections. So it's, again, something to keep an eye on, something that I'm having dialogue with DJ about. You know, it's a.
That correlates with development.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
And just, the fire marshal also inspects on a regular basis all the other buildings in town, even though they were inspected.
Well,
built, right?
Yeah. It's a
There's also
routine inspection.
ongoing inspection.
Yeah.
Every how many years?
Every, how many years?
Residential is every year.
Well, we're multifamily resident. Yeah,
Multi-family, right? Not my house, please.
Yeah.
Why you wouldn't- I gotta go clean.
And then like box stores or what?
Commercial varies depending on.
What kind of store it is?
It's 1, 2, or 3.
Okay. So you're out all, your folks are out all the time doing that inspection.
240. Safety officer. Pretty straightforward to me. Council Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. I had 2 quick questions. One was about the other contractual services. It says that's an increase for contracted hose testing for the pump truck. Am I wrong in saying that we had somewhat of a discussion last budget about doing that work
Was new
in-house?
last year.
So, pardon?
So in this year's budget, there's actually 2 pieces to there's a pump test, there's what we call a hose test. Last year, we just did hose testing. This year, we put in pump testing. It's an actual third party that actually verifies all of our pumps to make sure that they're 100%. Now, takes the liability away from the department, takes the liability away from the town. They come out, they certify the pump, and they do all the testing. Prior to that, we were doing it ourselves at a facility in Rocky Hill. Just now they come in, they do all that. It's the same company that's doing the post.
Okay, understood. And then the
That's why
other,
you'll see a slight increase.
got it. Thank you. The other question was about this point in your major budget changes due to coronavirus. This budget has reflected the need for continuing safety supplies. Can you just talk about where in here that is included? Where,
That's in the technical supplies. You'll see 10-240, 8302. You'll see that it says masks, wipes, sanitary dispensers and stuff.
what was that number you just said again? I'm sorry.
10-240, 8302.
I have 9175.
I think you know what it is at some point, the printing, yeah, the printing sort of got messed up, so the narrative is now in front of it's on a different page.
Right,
That's
yeah,
the-
no, you got that.
But technical supplies.
It's under technical supplies.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 9175, but you look underneath it, it'll say masks.
It was N95 masks, surgical masks, wipes, refill, and sanitary.
And has that drawn down at all since we were at the height of the pandemic?
We're trying to stay consistent with that, just because there's still all kinds of stuff out there, and we got to protect the firefighters going into houses.
Understood. Thank you.
You want the 242?
The fire training tower is the normal thing that's, just a fee that is for the training tower that we have.
The trauma tower.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Any other
Bless you.
questions?
It's good to me.
All right, thank you guys so much. Moving on to street lighting. Thanks. 0250, thanks for hanging out, guys. Is this increase mostly due to just the increase in electricity?
Yeah, this is entirely electricity, yeah.
Thank you, Eversource.
Thank you.
Yes,
Eversource.
they did well.
All right, any other questions on this?
If we looked at a different electric provider, like, you know, some houses, some residents. Third party.
You mean a general,
Supplier.
A different provider for electricity?
Yeah, we go through a third party right now.
Okay.
They're in a 3-year rate lock or a year 2 of the 3-year rate lock, but that doesn't always include street lights.
That's right.
Okay.
Really?
Oh, they're on a different
Yeah.
grid, right, for State Road, though, yeah. All right. Any questions on that? No? All right, move on to 260, emergency management. Modest increase.
Dale has a question.
Oh, Councilor Draco?
Yeah, under the major budget changes, it says increase in technical supplies for CERT supply storage needs at the EOC. Is that the OFI bill?
yeah, correct.
Wouldn't that be a part of FFE? Is it, that's not under the grant?
Well, technical supplies, how are we defining technical supplies that?
That's like, so we do have like stationary storage at the EOC, but included in that, but like this is gonna be, so like carts and things like that, when we have to move them. Right now, they're on pallets, so it's just to buy some extra transportation needs, so that way we don't have certain members pushing around 200 pounds worth of equipment.
Okay, because we're not in the building yet.
Correct.
Okay,
But we will be for most of next year.
I think.
So it's like a pallet jack.
It could be, you know, again, like, I say line, but it's like, they have different solutions where it's carts on wheels, it's lockable, you can easily load it into the box truck. So it just makes it easier to move equipment when you really have.
Any other questions on emergency management?
Just a quick question.
Go ahead.
This 2697, that's part of your salary, right?
What was that?
The part of the salary for full-time salaries, of emergency
8101.
management.
That's
is
Karen.
Karen?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But that's part of her salary.
Part
It's
of
like
her
half
salary,
her-
not over-
Yeah,
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 I'm
it's
sure
not
not all
all,
the
yeah,
salary.
The stipend the DJ gets is under the part-time.
Okay.
I think it's great.
Oh, what the heck?
You talked that up with Karen. We're not touching.
Yeah.
We'll see if Karen doesn't mind.
Yeah. Alright. All right, so I'm gonna move on to 270, EMS. What am I not understanding here? It says last year was 73,290 and now it's 81. Is that an increase or what is?
No, it's the same. It's no change.
You're on.
That's the actual.
270?
The actual.
Oh, yeah, I'm on 270. Am I on the wrong one?
Yep, yeah.
Yeah, 270.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The budget this year, the budget next year is.
same. Okay.
So it's,
Well, what was actual and then, that was
Oh, that was
23-24.
actual,
And then,
I see, I got it.
so actual in 23-24 was 73,290 and then budget in 24-25 is 81. Okay.
Did EMS request an increase?
No, no.
No,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
didn't request a budget
Yeah,
increase?
no.
Okay, very good.
and they don't get a stipend?
They do.
Yeah, they do.
That's the fringe.
That's part of the,
The fringe.
the other.
They just have a finite people. They have a finite number of people.
Last year
Going
it was
qual-
favorable because they didn't have as many people as we expected get the fringe, but we didn't reduce it. We left it the same.
Just on that point, what is this isn't even about this, just what is the stipend that folks usually get? I'm not familiar with, when I sign up for Newington EMS, what's the stipend I get?
They get, I don't know what the paper cut and they get over there, but the amount they get is the same as the fire type.
Got it.
2,000.
Thank you.
Any other questions for that one? All right, move on to 280 hydrants.
It's set by MDC, right?
Councilor Draco has it.
Oh, Councilor Draco, I'm sorry.
That's all
I
right.
see it.
When, for the new developments that are coming, who pays for the hydrant installation and whatever, if they're in the need? Is it the town or the developer?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not sure how it works in Connecticut.
I think the developer, I've never included.
I think
it in here.
usually after
After
originally
it's-
the developer does, and then it gets dedicated to the town.
Yeah, and we have to do the maintenance.
Yeah.
That's what this charges. It's the maintenance every year for them to come and inspect them and
Yeah.
paint them if they need to.
Okay, so we really take on that expense. It's, okay.
Any other questions on hydrants? All right. Move on to Public Works. Start with 310, which is engineering. I know we hired somebody in the last year.
Yeah, yep, we brought on an engineering tech who's doing a good job.
Councilor Draco.
Under 8302, I'm just curious what the bump was for the $3,000.
Oh, that's a reduction.
Yeah, but it was
It was-
why did we increase?
Buys the budget so you could buy some survey equipment.
That's right, yeah.
Some what?
Surveying equipment.
Oh,
He had very old surveying equipment.
Okay.
And now that he has more staff, he's actually able to go out and do the survey.
Two-step process.
That's kind of crazy.
Any other questions on engineering? Move on to 321, Highway Administration. Any questions there? Councilor Floyd.
Not about 321, but just about the department overall. Obviously, we continue to unfund the assistant highway superintendent. Is there any interest in or need expressed for that position at this point?
I've spoken with Rob about it. I think, yes, I think the simple answer to your question is yes, he would like an assistant superintendent. I think he's thinking more next year, that kind of timeframe.
Understood.
But yeah, it's definitely on his wish list.
Thank you, Jim.
Councilor.
I just had a quick question. I was looking at this a couple times and I saw this cleaning of uniforms. Is this for having their shirts cleaned? You take them to cleaners?
Which number are you looking at?
8209.
Yeah, thank you.
And I know the police had
The uniforms go.
I know
to
the police guys have their uniforms done. Do we all have them done the same place?
Not sure. I know that parks and highways have theirs done at the same place. It's a
We can,
uniform-
we
it's a
can,
company-
we'll
I think we had
follow
them
up.
done the same place. We get a discount.
It's a company who not just cleans it,
I volunteered my wife.
we rent the clothes
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they clean them. So I don't know if it's the same place as the.
So the rental place clean, so it's,
And they come and pick it up, you don't have a laundromat, right? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I saw cleaned a couple places. I wonder if we all done in the same place, it'd be cheaper.
Kind of
We'll-
jumping
we'll look into
on Tim's question, and I saw in a couple places where the clothing allowances were increased because of our AFSCME contract. What the heck would?
We increase some of the amounts.
Yeah, that's right. But it was, I mean, it was the kind of stuff where we hadn't
Steel-toe
increased it.
shoes, Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Our house has gone up. We gave an allowance.
We can get you a full list if you'd like.
I was
of
just
that.
curious
shoes are more
why
expensive.
labor union would dictate, an increase in clothing.
It's part of the contract.
Yeah.
They're given it in the contract, tools and clothing allowance.
Yeah.
And I know some contracts have like, you get one pair of shoes.
Yeah,
per year,
boots and,
But they have to
yeah,
be steel toe
protective
shoes and
glass.
they have to be from a certain vendor.
Yeah.
And they have to be certain kind of shoes. For safety reasons.
The question is on 321. All right, and then the 322. I have a question just in terms of, I assume, a year ago, we were looking at a different, we were coming off a winter, we had a lot less snow than we've had this year. Now we've had a ton of snow, but we've had more this year. Is there an area we can point to that would reflect that? Just so we can get a sense of what our snow removal.
Well, what I can do, not in here, I don't think, because this was generally, we don't have actuals, but I can certainly ask Rob for some sort of like overtime report or some analysis of, you have a,
Yeah, I'm just curious to compare how the winters are doing. I mean,
From the
obviously.
snow overtime I can tell you for the last 5 years, according to this, the snow overtime numbers are an average of $87,000.
Okay.
And
Per
that
year.
is from 2019-20 right up to 2023-24.
And every time there's a weekend storm, that's overtime.
That's, and sometimes
had a-
depending on if it's on a Sunday, it's double.
well, it's
holidays.
almost overtime regardless of the day of the
Regardless.
week,
Yeah,
because.
yeah.
If it's late at night,
Yeah.
But the weekends do
storms
cost you more.
better.
Snowstorms need to operate on work schedules.
Yes.
9 to 5.
Yeah, only between 9 to 5. Kids will love that. All right. On to 324. Snow and ice control, there we go. Questions from counselors? All right. On to 327. Vehicles and equipment. Questions on this one, folks?
Just, I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, Council Floyd.
No, I found it. We're good. Thank you.
All right, very good. Move on to 328.
Don't touch our leaf collection.
Yes,
Yeah, they were a lot this year. This was a tough year because it's so dry.
I think we were all thinking of that
Right.
Yeah.
minute we saw it. Don't touch.
No,
But they raked up easy because they weren't wet and they weren't
this is true.
mushy.
Yeah, they definitely, yeah. Alright. To solid waste. That's 0351. Trash collection.
Collection cost increase, yeah. Okay.
It's still the same, same, we did bid last year.
I'm just curious why,
Oops, Councilor Jacobs, sorry.
I don't understand. Some things the Board of Ed is responsible for and some things we're responsible for. That's kind of, it makes sense, like it says that we do it for the schools too, so Why wouldn't,
What, this is for refuse?
For trash.
for trash, yeah, in addition to town buildings and schools.
Are you at 351 still?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is on your curbside refuse collection services. Town building dumpsters, rental and service per dumpster.
And to schools, but I mean, I think it's the economy of scale by us doing it to the schools. Like, it's like Tim's point, by having one contract rather than two, you're gaining economies of scale.
But did they reimburse us at all?
Well,
No,
but I mean, it's like,
it's part, though, when we do the EDO one, we have to do a report at the end of the year to the state regarding all expenses that are considered Board of Ed. This portion gets put on that report. So it also, when it goes to state, is showing higher education expenses, which means then we get higher grants. So we do
Okay.
report in that aspect, but they do not direct the gas.
but it would just be robbing Peter to pay
Yeah,
Paul, sort of.
it's the same.
Yeah.
We also report their snow plowing and their.
Correct. Snow plowing, some works that Parks does on their fields, everything like that, because they maintain all their fields.
352. All right, question there. 353. Cycling. Very good. Any questions on that?
420.
All right. Very good. We will move on to item F now. Community development improvements. So 420, planning and development.
And so that's that half-year planning tech position.
And Jonathan, you said that you said this, I'm sorry, it's later, but you said half year, for what reason they're starting later or what? or just-
I mean, it was just as a budget,
Understood.
budget saving, rather than budgeting for a full year budget for 6 months. I think we all know that Paul needs help,
Yes,
and anything I could give him, I felt was
got it.
worthwhile.
Thank you.
Sure. Any other questions on 420? Move to 430. Now planning and zoning. That's the salary, that's the clerk.
Part-time,
Right.
2%.
Right. And they do a lot of notifications. Very good. Move on to 440. ZBA, zoning board of appeals. It's pretty straightforward. Any questions on 440 on zoning board of appeals? All right. Building department, 450. Any questions there? Counselor Nagel.
Yeah, once again, it's conferences, meetings, training, it seems to be, as I said before, a question for a lot of different things that they've increased. Can you give any insight? as
Yeah,
to
I
why?
think this is because we have a new building inspector. So I guess last year we only had one building inspector, right? And now we have
You had Doug and you had Kiernan, so you had
you
two.
two, now we
had-
have three, yeah.
And then
Okay.
I do have a note down here in the details. It says this is the miscellaneous training is mandated by the Connecticut General Statute Sections 229-226.
Another mandate.
I just have a general question related to like building officials. I understand, I know that's like a really, really hard position that municipalities have to fill across the state. Have we ever looked at sharing that with other
I
municipalities?
believe Doug did at one point years back when he was trying to fill the position. We looked at sharing it, we looked at using an outside consultant
Mhm.
and I
Just
don't
can't
think
get
it
other
ever
people to
worked.
buy it.
Prague actually 18 months ago posted for a regional building official that they could sub out to all the towns in Quad. And they did not get any qualified applicants that wanted the job.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's tough.
Wow.
It's a tough thing.
I know at one
Tough,
point when
tough.
Doug was trying to fill that position, he was using retired building officials
Yeah, a
Right.
lot of
to
towns
come
do
in
that.
and help him out.
Is there anything that we can attribute this to? Is this a
Yeah,
national
so
trend?
it's, I mean, it used to be 20 or 30 years ago, retired construction foremen would, kind of retire into these jobs because they had 30 years of construction experience and knew the codes. At some point, the level of training, you couldn't just waltz from a construction foreman position into a building inspector position. You had to do 2 years worth of training, and, it just acts as a barrier to entry. So that's the gist of it.
Any other questions on building? 460. Conservation Commission. Questions on that? To Economic Development Commission. Counselor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Just kind of a general question. I don't know if you have this, but do we know what the commission's budget was at the time that we had an economic development director?
I can leave that.
Another one?
I'm sorry. Thank you.
No? Any other
Oh,
questions?
I'm sorry, just one
Yeah,
more.
go right ahead. Yeah, yeah.
Do we know, since, this is another question, Janet, you may just need to find info on, but since the cut of the economic development director, how has their budget changed since?
I'll give you the full budget and when, this is when we had a consultant.
Yep.
Not, specifically. a
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions on Economic Development Commission? All right, it brings us to the end of our budget presentation. Great job, everybody. Or at least for tonight. Please put this in the record. How did Central do? What happened?
They lost by 3 points.
With just seconds left.
Yeah,
We still love those Blue Devils. though.
That's right, we do.
still support always.
Go UConn.
That's right. All righty. So now we're moving on to our agenda. Last in new business is a motor vehicle assessment, local option. I'm just gonna tee that up a little bit. John.
Yeah, sure. So I alluded to this in my beginning presentation. The governor signed a law last week that would allow municipalities to essentially claw back some of the money that they lost by the change in the formula for motor vehicle assessments. On the memo, it sort of lays out the current schedule versus this modified schedule. In order for the town to, and as I say, by going to this modified schedule, we claw back $1 million. So, that would take a big chunk out of, I think, Janet, correct me if I'm wrong, our mill rate increase went from, do you remember off the top of your head what happened when you just plugged that in? Was it like 0.4 mils? So it took us basically from 2.5 mils to 2.1 mils, I think. And so in order for us, because of all of the various reporting requirements and the appeals timeline that our assessor has, in order for us to take advantage of this local option, we need to adopt the resolution by the end of this month. So I'm putting it on new business so it could potentially be adopted at the next meeting. If that's the direction you guys want to go.
Thank you.
Counselor Bedrego?
Maybe you don't know this, but I'm curious as to, obviously this must have impacted all 169 towns.
Sure.
How that legislation could have gone through without them recognizing the impact it would have on towns. This is almost like an unfunded, I mean, we're losing money. Every town is losing money on this. So they had to have an emergency section or. emergency
Yeah,
session. Why didn't they just repeal this act?
Well, I'm guessing the reason they didn't repeal it is there just wouldn't be enough time for the assessors to amend the grand list. You know, because that would require however many months of work, and they have this very narrow window to get the motor vehicle tax bills out. Does that pass the sniff test, Janet? Yeah.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah. So this is, yeah.
Many people who are so in support of not taxing people on their cars.
Yeah.
They want to still give them this.
Yeah.
So they did.
Yeah.
Counselor Floyd?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to, on this point, I guess, you said this during your presentation, Jonathan, but the anticipated savings in the budget for that average, you know, Jan and Joe Smith
Yep.
family.
Yep.
In their car taxes, you said that if we were to move forward with this action, that would reduce that from what, 337 to like $37?
I mean, I was
I
just
know it's very
spitballing. I didn't
simplistic.
actually, Matt, rather than throw out a number that's spitballing,
Yep.
I'd like to get that number
That'd be great.
correct rather than guessing. So
Good
I'll
for next
follow up.
meeting.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that.
Any other questions on this point? All right. We will move on to written oral communications from town manager. Another town agencies.
Respectfully, I don't really,
No, sir.
yeah, I think I'm kind of done. But I'll have a longer report next time.
Thank you. Okay.
I just say, Mayor, I just wanted to comment. I think we all appreciate all the work that you and all of your staff put
Very much so.
into this presentation tonight and our discussion. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And I mean, again, I said what I said. I'll reiterate what I said at the outset of my presentation. It wasn't for people like Janet, obviously Janet, that goes without saying, but also Lauren and Heather, the unsung hero, you know, holding my hand through this process. You know, tonight would have turned out a lot differently.
You were exceptional.
Thank you.
I just would wish you luck on Thursday.
Thank you. Thank
Be
you.
there. I have another appointment on Thursday, so good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Be a rough crowd.
Yeah. That's the state of the town. Maybe that's
State
my
of the
one,
town.
my one report is that, again, the state of the town will be 8 o'clock, senior center, on Thursday morning.
Thanks.
So if they stone you and
Yeah.
run you across the street.
I'll take one. All right.
Jonathan, you're on your own.
Good luck. Thank you. Council liaison committee reports. Counselor Nagel.
Briefly, there were two committees that met yesterday. So it was a nice evening yesterday. Senior and Disabled Center met. They went over a lot of things that the council's gone over concerning nutrition. Happy to say their programs have been in full capacity for last month and looking that way this month. So if you want to participate in one of them, do it sooner rather than later. They're planning their volunteer of the year award for senior center volunteers. They had a driver that retired from Dial-A-Ride and they're in the process of replacing that driver. There's a nutrition fundraiser banquet on April 25th that they're working on. They're tweaking it. It's the Portuguese Club. There's a nice flyer. They're on sale at the senior center and online where you can get more details. And on April 2nd, there was a member input special session with the Senior and Disabled Center Commission where the seniors can come in during the day at 1 p.m. April 2nd and give input. They're planning to have groups meet and to get input as to what the senior center can do more effectively. And also the library board met. They too are having things filled in terms of events, including a recent successful concert. They had certain positions filled, not new ones, but those where people had left or were moving up to a higher level and they're in the process of doing that. You can get details from there. They have been doing a remediation because of a leak that was explained at the last council session. where materials had to be moved. They've been moved in a place where they still can be used in study room 3 and will eventually be moved back. So that's in process. I'm trying to cut some of this out. They're revising various different things in terms of programs, facilities. The Friends of are having preparing it for another book sale, and donations for that book sale can be brought to the library on April 17th, I believe. And last but not least, I will tell you about that next time because I can't read my writing at this late. So that's it.
Councilor Nagel, Councilor Floyd.
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, the Permanent Municipal Building Commission Subcommittee met recently and transmitted a draft to the council of that ordinance. So it is in leadership's hands, and I'm sure will come up at a future meeting very soon. But I just want to reiterate that that was a very long, arduous process of, I think, 6 drafts total. And we're very proud of that final document. All 3 of us counselors, I think I can speak for all 3 of us and say that we are very proud of that product, and we'll look forward to presenting it along with staff to council. And I'll thank Lauren again for all of her hard work and patience with us through that process. And then I'll also just mention, we had the Economic Development Commission Director come on earlier and speak to some of the great initiatives that they are working on right now per their last meeting, including the Hobby Odyssey, which would give opportunities for folks to gather in community, have community events around various hobbies that they care about, whether it's sports or other things. And very exciting to me, they also talked about potential partnerships with the cultural district and how to plug in that program with that new cultural district. And there was also a presentation at that meeting from one commissioner about the company that they work for that does a lot of work, as was mentioned, around branding and creative for municipalities, dedicated social pages, paid advertising, and tourism websites. And that's actually done some work in the state of Connecticut, in Norwich and in Old Saybrook and another thing. So there were some really cool models and really exciting work done there. And I hope we can continue to support their great work in our budget because as the director or the chair of the commission stated in their comments, they are very excited to do a lot more with a lot more resources. So excited to meet them in that way as well. That's it.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Bedrego.
Just real quick from the Town Planning and Zoning Commission, the application for pickleball courts at Pitts Lane was approved. It's going to be about 15 courts and a few practice courts. And along with that, the same basically developer has submitted an application to put I believe, a Chinese buffet in the same plaza. So that has not been, come forward yet, but the application has been submitted, but the pickleball courts have been approved.
Any other updates from councilors? All right, we're moving along to public participation again. If you are in the room and would like to speak in public participation, please come up to the microphone and state your name and address for the record. If you're over Zoom, please use the raise hand function, and we will alternate between in the room and on the phone. Come on up.
Hello once again. Hello, it's been a long night, so I'll keep it short.
Just state your name and address for your
Brian
record.
Whalen, 22 Pebble Drive, Newington, Connecticut. There was some miscommunication when we came up for the budget for the fire department. But in the budget, the commission, who's elected by the townspeople of this town, the commission is one of its sole responsibilities is to submit a budget that's prudent, has the needs of the fire department, and is responsible, and also for us to see what's best for the fire department. We put in for a full-time paid chief this year. I have $4 up here. Because the amount of that we put in for the chief at 125,000, if you break it down, it's $3.90 per resident per year, which works out to 32 cents a month to have a full-time paid fire chief in this town. That's not including fringe benefits. I don't know what those costs are. I could get that from Janet. The town has grown rapidly, and we need a full-time chief in this town 24/7. The reason why we need a full-time chief, so that he can solely focus on the fire department's management due to his full-time commitment, i.e. recruitment and retention of members, personnel matters, training, safety, public and civic organization, and other town departments needing the assistance of the fire department. The chief needs to be able to direct, coordinate, and assist all department staff for the safety of the department, members, town residents, and visitors to this town. One statistic that was given to me, daytime population in this town is anywhere between 80 and 100,000 people. We can't continue to have a chief that is not here. If we have a fire during the day, and God forbid something happens to one of my firefighters, our firefighters in the department, are we gonna have to wait for a chief to come from whoever that person may be, to leave his personal job and come and knock on somebody's door and say, God forbid something happened to one of our firefighters? It could be hours. We can't have that anymore. There's growing statistics I have, and I can get you guys all copies of this if you'd like. This was an article in the Hartford Current just after the Los Angeles firefighters. And the big headline says, LA tragedy points to the need for support for local fire services. I'll just read some quick things. It's much harder to be successful without the right number of people to do the job. We are seeing the devastating impacts of staffing shortages all over the country, including Connecticut. All right, one tragedy was last January in Summers, where we lost the 4 children on January 2nd. Yes, there actually is a valid reason, as outlined by the fact that the national death rate for single family and duplex home fires was 38% higher in 2023 than it was in 1980. So not only is our fire call volume raising, so isn't our death rates in our towns, because there's just not the staffing. And I'm coming down to my
Give you a
end.
little more time to wrap it up, if you need. Just a
So,
little more time to wrap it up, because we're in public participation.
You know, just I need your support, and I hope you reconsider putting that position back into the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frank DeVale, Ridge, also as fire commissioner. My only statement that I would like to make to the council is mirroring what Brian, as the chairman, has just said. This department needs to have a chief that will sit at the table with all the rest of the heads of all of the departments within the town of Newington. Our department cannot operate on a part-time basis. We need to have a seat at the table. And we believe that we have the gentleman in that position, and we want to change his status from a part-time stipend to a full-time fire chief for our department. It's now needed. One of the biggest things that Chief Traumer has done in this last 4 or 5 year period, we are still waiting, but we're very confident within the next 30 maybe to 60 days we should be getting an upgrade from the ISO. And go from a class 3 fire department to a class 2, which is almost unheard of, not only in the state of Connecticut, probably in the Northeast. And it's been through his hard work, and doing this on a part-time basis is not something that we take lightly to anymore. So our position is that we would like to see the town council really scrutinize the budget this year and provide for us to have a full-time paid fire chief. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone else in the room or over Zoom that would like to speak in public participation? Seeing none.
All asleep.
Seeing none, we'll move on to remarks by counselors. Any remarks from counselors? I just have a quick one, just as we move it into the budget process, I think, from our standpoint, I think, budget is over a long term, is over a period of time, but it's important that we recognize a snapshot in time that we're in while we make this budget right now. And it is an incredibly volatile time in our country, in our economy, and what have you. So I think, following that, I think, we have a responsibility to be as judicious as possible with this budget. I know there's been a lot of, you may feel one way or the other about Doge or whatever, but I think, looking for areas where we can be more efficient as a government is absolutely good effort. And I, think that's going to be our approach to this budget. I mean, costs are going up, wages aren't, and people are hurting. And we have to do what we can for our community to ensure that everyone can maintain solvency. So we're going to be looking at this budget, and we're going to be going through every single line and looking at areas where we can, if there's any waste, if there's poor spending and things like that, we're gonna go in there and we're gonna find it, because we need to make sure that we are delivering on our promises and our responsibilities to our residents at the same time as managing their tax base. We don't want to price people out of their homes anymore. So with that said, we got a lot of work to do on our end over the next few weeks to go through this, and I'm looking forward to it. Amen. Any other remarks from councilors?
It's Saturday.
Yes, Saturday. Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's the coffee.
It's a coffee.
You're bringing the donuts, right, Tim?
He's drinking.
Oh,
beer.
no.
He's drinking the beer.
After budget.
Okay.
St. Patty's beer.
Yeah, right. Any informational items? Jonathan mentioned the state of the town on Thursday. Also on Thursday is the opening night of the high school's musical, spring musical, Once Upon a Mattress. If you'd like to go, it'll be this weekend. I had any other info items? I'd entertain a motion to adjourn. Motion by Council Floyd.
Second.
Second by Deputy Mayor Rada. Any discussion at all? Seeing none, all those in favor of adjourning? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Great meeting, everybody. Thank you. Time is, we are adjourned 11:02 PM.
All right.
That's early.